Perfecto. Atención, los invitamos a pasar a la sala. Muchas gracias. Atención, los invitamos a pasar a la sala. Muchas gracias.
Uruguay y la Unión Europea comparten y defienden valores y principios, como el respeto de los derechos humanos, la democracia, el Estado de Derecho y el cuidado del medio ambiente. Tenemos desafíos y metas comunes: la igualdad de género, la erradicación de la violencia contra las mujeres, su empoderamiento y su plena participación en la sociedad son prioritarias. Nos une además el anhelo por un mundo más verde, igualitario, inclusivo y sostenible. Nuestros objetivos podrán ser ambiciosos, pero posibles si trabajamos juntos. Para la Unión Europea, Uruguay es un socio confiable. Por ello, más de 400 empresas europeas se han establecido en el país, generando miles de puestos de trabajo. Promovemos el desarrollo sostenible para incentivar una economía inclusiva y respetuosa del medio ambiente. Trabajamos con Uruguay por un mundo mejor, un mundo donde nadie quede atrás.
El cambio climático, un problema que exige acciones en conjunto para pensar en un futuro viable para todos. Sostenibilidad, un concepto clave para la humanidad. Se posiciona como el hábito del hoy para todas las organizaciones. Inspírame UE 2.0 es un proyecto que impulsa procesos de producción y consumo sostenibles de las MIPYMES uruguayas para potenciar las oportunidades que ofrece el Acuerdo de Asociación Unión Europea-Mercosur. ¿Querés ser una empresa sostenible? Inspírame UE 2.0 es un proyecto dirigido a emprendedores y empresas uruguayas de todo el país, con especial énfasis en mujeres y jóvenes. Un proyecto de 27 meses. Con capacitaciones sobre desarrollo sostenible en todo el país, asistencias técnicas y paneles de formación. con talleres informativos sobre el Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur e internacionalización de sectores productivos concretos, con seminarios sobre políticas medioambientales y un foro de inversión europea en Uruguay con la participación de expertos del exterior y empresarios. Inspírate y encontrá todas las respuestas para llevar adelante un proyecto más consciente, más verde y sostenible. Sumate a Inspírame UE 2.0. El futuro es ahora. Financia Unión Europea, con aportes de la Cámara de Comercio y Servicios del Uruguay y Eurocámara Uruguay.
Cuando escuchás sostenibilidad, pensás, demasiado grande. Cuando sentís que debes hacer algo, pensás, demasiado complicado. Espera, pensá en decisiones, más cerca. Las que son grandes o pequeñas para vos. Las tuyas y las de otros. Las de todos los días. Ahora, aléjate un poco. Pensá en decisiones que suman a muchos más. Son millones de decisiones que poco a poco lo cambian todo, para hacerlo mejor. Ahora pensá en quiénes te pueden ayudar a decidir mejor y ahí estamos. Para que lo que te ahorrás vos se lo ahorre el planeta. Para seguir avanzando, sin dejar a nadie atrás. Y cuando escuches sostenibilidad, pienses, oportunidades. En BBVA estamos poniendo a tu alcance nuevas soluciones para construir un futuro más verde e inclusivo. BBVA, creando oportunidades.
Muy buenos días, muy bienvenidos. Muchas gracias por estar aquí acompañándonos esta mañana.
For joining us this morning.
Estamos dándoles obviamente la bienvenida.
We are welcoming you to this fifth edition of the European Investment Forum in Uruguay, Renewables on the Move. Thank you all for joining us either live from the Mario Benedetti Auditorium in the Antel Tower, or virtually through the live stream on the YouTube channel of the European Union in Uruguay. This fifth edition of the European Investment Forum in Uruguay will be held today with this conference and tomorrow with a virtual business roundtable. I am Soledad Ortega, and it is a great pleasure to accompany this evening as your host. Later in the afternoon, I will hand over to Carlos Vival, the Executive Secretary of Eurochamber Uruguay. We are pleased to come together to discuss energy policies in Uruguay and the European Union, as well as to promote investment opportunities in the energy sector. Uruguay and the European Union demonstrate a strong commitment to energy cooperation, and in that sense, in 2023, they entered into a bilateral memorandum of understanding on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and renewable hydrogen. Additionally, investments in the development of green hydrogen in Uruguay are one of the priorities of the European Union's Global Gateway Investment Agenda and of its member states in the country. In this favorable context, we are honored to have with us today the European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, who, together with Uruguay's Ministry of Energy, Energy and Mining, Lisa Facio, will be the keynote speakers for this forum. Today, we will have 4 panels made up of authorities, experts, and companies, where discussions will focus on developments in energy policies and investment opportunities in renewable energies, energy efficiency, and green hydrogen. For this morning, we will have a 15-minute break, a 30-minute lunch at noon, and a closing coffee break to allow for interaction with your panelists and attendees. We have a full agenda of valuable content, so please make sure to stick to the schedule, and we thank you for helping us stay on track. We also invite you to scan the QR code you see on the screen to view the full program, the schedule, as well as the different names of the speakers. And before we begin, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. First, the European Union and Uruguay, within the framework of its Global Gateway strategy, the Eurochamber Uruguay and the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay as part of the Inspirame UE 2.0 project. Additionally, this forum is sponsored by the German Embassy in Montevideo and the Fraunhofer Institute, and this forum has been declared an event of ministerial interest by the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. I would also like to thank our sponsors who are supporting the activity, that is BBVA, Montelecnor, Air Liquide, and Enertrag, and our media partner, El País. We would also like to remind you that you can comment on this event through social media using the hashtag ForoUEUI. Now, this event, as I mentioned, is being broadcast both in Spanish and in English. So if you want to follow the transmission in English, you can do so through the Inspirame UE YouTube channel. Additionally, we will have some presentations in English today, so know that there are translation devices available to you if you need them. If you haven't collected them yet, you can do so at the registration desk by submitting your ID. There, you will be given a translation device, but do remember to return the device before leaving the premises. Now, without further ado, let us begin with this forum. I want to invite to the stage the first speakers of this morning, Paolo Berizzi, Ambassador of the European Union in Uruguay. Also, we invite Matias Saiz, Director of Eurochamber Uruguay. Anabela Aldaz, Vice President of the Uruguayan Chamber of Commerce and Services, and Nicolás Albertoni, Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs in Uruguay as well. Thank you all for joining us here at the stage. A round of applause for everyone, please. The minister is getting here. Okay. So let us now yield the floor to the ambassador for the European Union, Paolo Berizzi. The floor is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kadri Simpson, Madam Minister Facio of Industry and Mining, Mr. Minister of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Foreign Affairs, Nicolas Albertoni, Matthias Sainz, Madam Vice President of Commerce and Services, Altras, dear ambassadors, authorities, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great satisfaction that we celebrate today the 5th edition of the European Investment Forum in Uruguay, an event with history that has contributed to strengthening our trade and investment ties in recent years. On this occasion, we are honored to receive from Europe an exceptional guest, the European Union's highest public energy authority, Madam Commissioner Kadri Simpson. Her visit marks a historic milestone in the energy cooperation between Uruguay and the European Union. Since 2017, the European investment forums in Uruguay have been a fundamental pillar to promote dialogue and collaboration between entrepreneurs, investors, and key economic actors from the European Union and Uruguay. Throughout the previous 4 editions, we have explored business opportunities in various areas, such as the forestry sector, the green economy, services, and energy. Today's topic, as the title suggests, is renewables in progress. We have set out to deepen the search for synergies in the field of renewable energy, with a special focus on emerging opportunities in the production of green hydrogen. The European Union's commitment to the fight against climate change is strong, and the clean energy transition is an essential pillar of our efforts. We want to lead the way towards a greener, fairer, and more resilient future, promoting the use of renewable energy, energy efficiency, and emission reductions in all sectors. I will not say more on the subject because Commissioner Simpson will go deeper into how we want to move forward in our collaboration with Uruguay to achieve these common goals. Within the framework of our Global Gateway strategy and its investment agenda in Uruguay, and with the aim of becoming the first climate-neutral continent by 2050, we are prioritizing the development of renewable hydrogen as a key technology to decarbonize highly polluting sectors such as transport and heavy industry. We are committed to developing sustainable, high-quality infrastructure around the world. We will mobilize up to 300 billion euro in investment, fostering economic growth, environmental sustainability, and resilience. In this context, our investments are consolidated in Uruguay. The European Union is the largest investor in the country, representing 41% of total foreign direct investment, and the trend keeps growing. On this subject, I would like to greet the representatives here of the European Investment Bank for Latin America, Mr. Alexandre Staff Varela, because after Uruguay's long-awaited approval by law of the Framework Cooperation Agreement between Uruguay and the European Investment Bank, this body now has the possibility to join other existing public and private organizations and finance public and private green investment in Uruguay. We must continue to strengthen our ties and explore new avenues of collaboration that drive innovation and joint economic development. In this sense, I believe that the agreement between the European Union and Mercosur can be, if approved, an instrument that consolidates our strategic alliance based on economic and social development, sustainability, and cooperation. In conclusion, I would like to express my sincere thanks and congratulations to the co-organizers of this event, the Chamber of Commerce and Services of Uruguay, and the European Parliament for the excellent work done within the framework of our project Inspírame EU. I also thank the institutions that have provided their support, such as the German Embassy, the Fraunhofer Institute, and the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining, which has formally declared this event of ministerial interest. I'm grateful to the sponsors, Air Liquide, BBVA, Enatrag, and Montelecnor, and our media partner, El País. Space that yesterday published an article by the Commissioner that I'm sure you have read. Thank you all so much for joining us today, and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much, Mr. Ambassador. Now, Matías Sáenz from Eurocámara, Uruguay, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Madam Commissioner Simpson, Minister of Industry, Mining and Energy, Elisa Facia, and the Secretary of Foreign Affairs, Nicolas Albertoni, Mr. Ambassador Paolo Verisi, Vice President of the Chamber of Industry, Anabel Aldaz, Presidents and representatives of the Trade Chamber, dear friends, it's a pleasure for me to be here and welcome you to the 5th Forum of European Investment in Uruguay. That is the main economic event between Uruguay and Europe. I'm the president of the Chamber of France-Uruguay Chamber of Commerce. With renewable energies as the main topic of this edition, we hope that during this event you can exchange ideas with the aim to promoting new energy policies, investment opportunities between Uruguay and the European Union. To begin with, I would like to tell you a little bit about energy transition in Uruguay. The first energy transition represents a huge success in the country. We all know that only by looking at public data available that you can find on the ADME website regarding electricity generation in Uruguay, only 1% of electricity generation this year came from thermal sources, while the rest, the 99% of said generation, came from renewable energies, including hydraulic, wind, biomass, and solar. It is clear that Uruguay is a role model in the global stage, even for Europe, that according to the European Energy Commission only reached 43% of renewable sources in electric generation. A part of this transition in the last years was thanks to investment, development, and technical cooperation between European companies and Uruguayan companies, the Uruguayan government, and the policies that were designed and implemented in this issue. Having completed decarbonization of the electricity generation sector, Uruguay continued working and making progress to go further in the second transition that is focused on decarbonization of new sectors such as industry and transport, and the development of a green hydrogen economy, both for the our own markets and for exportation. Once again, European companies play a key sector in this second transition. During this event, we will have the opportunity of listening to several of these companies that are currently working on specific projects in Uruguay. Also, tomorrow from 9 to 1 p.m. we will continue with the forum. We have an online roundtable meeting with several organizations from Europe and Uruguay that will have a unique opportunity to get to know the energy sector, green hydrogen, opportunities for investment, and the stakeholders that are actively operating in the country. I would also like to invite you all. For those of you that have not yet registered on the event, can do so through the forum's website. Also, I would like to mention that all those companies that are interested on working in the country, our role as the Euro Chamber is to promote and provide support to all these new ties and relationships. So count on us to make all this process easier for you. Finally, I would like to thank all the organizations and sponsors of this event, especially to our sponsors, BBVA, Montelecnor, Air Liquide, and ENERTRAG. I hope you have a very fruitful day today. Let me tell you once again that we are at your disposal to provide support to all these initiatives and to facilitate investment in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Matias. We now receive Anabela Aldaz, VP of the Uruguayan Chamber of Commerce and Services. Good morning, everyone. It is a true joy on behalf of the Uruguayan Chamber of Commerce and Services to be here in the opening panel for the 5th European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Ambassador of the Delegation of the European Union to Uruguay, Paola Berizzi, European Commissioner for Energy, Kadri Simpson, Interim Minister of Foreign Affairs, Nicolás Albertoni, Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining, Alicia Facio, authorities, Matias Saiz, I'm sorry, head of Euro Chamber in Uruguay, authorities and public present, and all diplomats here joining us. It is an honor to be here representing the Chamber to tell you a bit about some of the joint work that we have done together with Euro Chamber and with the European Union. Uruguay has been a pioneer in the region in the transformation of its energy mix, with over 90% of its electricity generation coming from renewable sources. This has been made possible thanks to a strategic vision and to the continuous support of public policies, as well as to the close collaboration with international partners, especially the European Union, that has contributed its experience and technology in this field. Today, we have new investment opportunities both in renewable energy and green hydrogen. Our country is ready to take a new leap in its energy development, moving towards the production of green hydrogen and its derivatives. This is a sector with enormous potential to attract foreign direct investment and position Uruguay as a key supplier of clean energy at a global level. In this context, cooperation with the European Union is essential. The signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on Renewable Energy, Energy Efficiency, and Green Hydrogen between the EU and Uruguay reflects the shared commitment of both partners to develop innovative and sustainable projects. Green hydrogen not only represents a new frontier for the diversification of our energy mix, but also opens up opportunities for infrastructure development and job creation in high-tech sectors. The participation of European companies with their vast experience and knowledge will be crucial for the success of these projects. I would now like to take this opportunity to highlight the Inspírame UE 2.0 project, an initiative that we developed together with the European Parliament and co-financed with the European Union. This project sought to promote the integration of European SMEs into the European market and promote sustainable practices, as well as propose the generation of adequate credit instruments and measurement instruments or sustainability reports that do not have dissemination as we would like for it to have. Likewise, this program was especially concerned with women and young people that are underrepresented in the workplace as well as in leadership positions. We do hope to continue collaborating jointly in strengthening the business ecosystem of our country, thus promoting innovation and growth without leaving anyone behind. It is important to mention that although Uruguay has made progress in meeting the Sustainable Development Goals, there are still challenges for companies to adopt sustainable practices in a more conscious way. Inspírame UE 2.0 project intended to address this gap by accompanying SMEs in their transition to a more sustainable business model that is essential to ensure their competitiveness and resilience in an increasingly demanding global environment in terms of sustainability, and even of thinking about being part of the supply chain and having someone to sell to, in this case, the European Union. We are convinced that the combination coordination of efforts in renewable energy, green hydrogen, and its derivatives, business sustainability, together with close collaboration with the European Union, will allow us to create a more prosperous, sustainable future for Uruguay. From the Chamber of Commerce and Services in Uruguay, we are committed to continue being the voice of the business community, especially of SMEs that are so important in the country's economy. We would like to be the nexus with our companies so that we can provide them with new investment opportunities. This forum is a unique opportunity to strengthen our partnerships and explore new investment avenues that might benefit both regions. And above all things, we want to be able to build trust, especially the trust that people have in our country as a pioneer and as an example at the global level in renewable clean energies. I hope today's meeting and especially tomorrow's business roundtable might bring new opportunities and new networks for companies in both of our regions. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anabela Alas. Last but not least, to finish this section, we want to invite to the stage Nicolás Albertoni, Deputy Secretary of Foreign Affairs in our country. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is an honor to be here, as we have been here every single year in such an important forum for the reasons that I will explain. First of all, Madam Commissioner, thank you for coming and welcome to the country. Dear Minister, dear Ambassador, and all representatives from your chamber, welcome. Uruguay, in its international vision, believes that the economic policy that we have from the perspective of foreign affairs must be sustainable. As a consequence, the European Green Pact that seeks to have a consensual multilateral vision that considers the experiences of renowned countries that have high-quality industrial goods is something that we are willing to talk about. The new opportunities that might be implemented in initiatives such as the Global Gateway are a significant stimulus for the development of capacities and policies that we need to have concrete environmental undertakings. Investments, as will also be mentioned today, in the area of renewable energies, electrical mobility, green hydrogen, good practices in livestock production, implementation of education, and the development of what our European friends will hear about, which is the Uruguay Innovation Hub, are key areas in which we want to meet our concrete goals. In terms of the Uruguay Innovation Hub, it is a national program that tries to have Uruguay at the forefront of knowledge, and for us it is a pillar of our development, and it will be a stamp of quality for our government. Now, in terms of technical and financial cooperation, we want to thank the European Union because we value the possibility of being able to participate with them in investment areas such as Inspírame UE 2.0, which are examples of how to build the sustainability education that we want for the future into concrete projects. Additionally, we have entered a memorandum of understanding in the cooperation of renewable energies that we have mentioned, which is, Madam Commissioner, a document that you signed, and it is a representation of the technical progress in the area of renewables that shows that we are undertaken to our goals, not just in words, but in legislation. As you know, Madam, we have made progress in our green hydrogen roadmap, especially in the area of heavy transportation, and we are committed to making progress to contributing to the global market of green hydrogen. We have also entered into a joint declaration of intention that we will be signing together with the Ministry of Industry and the European Union, and we believe that this joint understanding will help us better consolidate the roadmap for green hydrogen in Uruguay, consolidating our spirit connected to the global gateway. I don't want to go further into this, but I do want to mention some concrete examples of what we have been doing so far. We have created mechanisms such as the strategic associations established by the Federal Ministry of Economy and Climate Action of Germany that have allowed to have a constructive dialogue that might enable us to better think of our energy transition. Last but not least, I want to mention that our foreign policy cannot be envisioned without proactivity. And as a matter of fact, we are proactive. We work with the Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Environment to build a sustainable vision of the world. Sometimes we are reactive in our policies, but thanks to our coordination, our sustainable vision is what we are looking for. We want to comply with our goals from a coordinated effort. So we are thankful for this space, and we wish everyone the utmost success in this forum. We believe in that in the B2B space, tomorrow we will have 100 companies participating with the international vision of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We will be working together so that everyone can meet our goals. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for your participation, and thank you for joining us on the stage. Thank you very much. A round of applause, please.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Let us now get ready for the keynote addresses. Let us remind you that you can follow us on social media using the hashtag ForoUEUI. We want to be active in social media today, and do remember that you can use the simultaneous translation devices at any point for the next keynote addresses. It is now the time to welcome and especially thank the European Commissioner for Energy, Ms. Kadri Simpson.
Please welcome. Kadri Simpson, entonces le cedo la palabra. Muchas gracias.
Kadri Simpson, you have the floor.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. And I'm delighted that this has been already so far a very successful visit for me. And this is my very first visit to beautiful Uruguay. But I want to start by, first of all, thanking the Minister of Energy, Industry and Mines, Ms. Elisa Fazio, for welcoming me here. And it will be a pleasure to discuss with you later today how we further implement our MOU and how we take forward our cooperation in the energy sector. And many thanks also as well to Mr. Nicolas Albertoni, Acting Minister of External Relations, for your opening remarks and for joining the important forum. And I am also looking forward to discussing with you how to align our multilateral agenda for a global energy transition. Just yesterday, I visited the Minas wind farm, 2 hours drive from here. And it gave me a real sense of how fast the green transition is taking hold in Uruguay. It's also a great example of Uruguay's impressive efforts to position itself as a renewable energy hub in the region. And there is so much potential for Uruguay to become a future supplier of renewable hydrogen and other sustainable fuels, also to the EU market. And today I want to talk about this potential, and I'll discuss Europe's energy situation and our green hydrogen agenda, why we are so keen to build strong energy relations with partners like Uruguay, and how we will continue to support Uruguay as it positions itself as leading green hydrogen producer. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, the Russian war on Ukraine was a major turning point for EU energy policy. Even before this invasion, it became alarmingly clear that we were too vulnerable And over decades, we had built a huge dependence on imports of Russian gas and other fossil fuels. So when the Kremlin began weaponizing gas supplies, even blackmailing some of our member states, Europe was hit with one of the most severe energy crises it had ever faced. And however, thanks to European unity and solidarity, we managed to turn this crisis into an opportunity to accelerate the clean energy transition and strengthen our energy security. And under the REPowerEU plan, we put in place a strategy to diversify our energy sources, accelerate the transition to clean energy, and of course, save energy. And over 2 years on, results are clear. There has been a remarkable 18% reduction in gas consumption and a drastic drop in Russian natural gas imports that used to be as big as 45% of our total consumption before the war. And one key aim of REPowerEU is to accelerate the deployment of green gases to replace the use of Russian fossil fuels. And of course, to reduce also our carbon footprint at the same time. So green hydrogen is a technology with an enormous potential to decarbonize key polluting sectors. And since 2020, I have spearheaded many initiatives to scale up this market, from infrastructure to auctions. And we have adopted our regulations so as to provide certainty to investors and project developers. We also launched the first European Hydrogen Bank to generate investment certainty and open up new business opportunities for global and European hydrogen producers. And we have set mandatory targets for certain sectors, and this will drive demand. And this comes on top of certification schemes for renewable hydrogen, because it's critical to be able to prove that the hydrogen in question is clean, produced from renewable energies. And more broadly, we want to build a renewable hydrogen economy that stimulates growth and creates jobs. Investments will go into sectors like manufacturing, installation, and maintenance of hydrogen production facilities and installation of electrolyzers. Ladies and gentlemen, the recent energy crisis gave us a clear lesson. Fossil fuels import and this dependence makes an energy system vulnerable and more exposed to price volatility due to the price shocks. And Europe spent only last year 390 billion euros in oil and gas imports. So the EU is now set to become more energy autonomous, increasing the shares of homegrown clean energy sources from renewables to other forms of decarbonized power production. But there is a notable exemption in this trend: renewable fuels. Many European countries already estimate that they will need more hydrogen or e-fuels than they can produce. So they will replace oil imports with e-fuels imports. And Europe has a strategic interest in developing a global trade in hydrogen and renewable fuels. Imported hydrogen and e-fuels at accessible prices will help Europe's competitiveness and European industry to achieve their decarbonization targets, in particular in transport, but also steel production. And this creates a great complementarity with partner countries with strong renewable potential and interested in creating trade corridors, such as Uruguay. So Europe is one of the world's largest energy importer right now. And we want to leverage this to support our partners around the world in their economic and green transitions to become producers of clean energy and sustainable fuels. Latin America, in particular Uruguay, is a strategic ally and a key partner in this effort. Uruguay stands poised to become a leading green producer of hydrogen and its derivatives, such as e-fuels, e-methane, and ammonia. It has many of the attributes, including quality, abundant and complementary wind and solar energy, an advanced electricity infrastructure, and a good supply of fresh water, among others. It also has a sound legal system and a stable political environment. The recent opening of a government call to develop hydrogen projects through a $10 million fund that supports projects up to 10 years in construction, production, and different applications of green hydrogen, like heavy-duty transport, e-methanol, e-kerosene, green fertilizers, is an important step. We also look with interest to planned and ongoing projects for the production of e-gasoline and e-methane from CO2 generated from industrial processes, like sugar processing using renewable electricity. Uruguay is set to deliver hydrogen production which combine low cost of green electricity, easy access to sourcing of feedstock like CO2 and water, as well as proximity to transport infrastructure like railway and ports. There are ideal conditions for a competitive production, for domestic use and for export to Europe or the rest of the world. Right now, the EU is the largest investor in this country, with 41% of total foreign direct investment, with an even higher proportion in the energy sector. Now we are keen to take this even further. We have started working towards that end. In July last year, I signed a memorandum of understanding on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and renewable hydrogen with Uruguay's foreign minister, and this lays the foundations for our future energy cooperation. And last August, Uruguay was approved for the bilateral framework agreement with the European Investment Bank, and this is a milestone as it allows the EIB to finance public and private energy projects here in Uruguay with a particular focus on green hydrogen. It follows on form a similar agreement between the EIB and Chile, which has allowed Chile to develop its renewable hydrogen plans. And both these agreements are part of the EU's Global Gateway investment agenda, which will mobilize 300 billion euros of investment in the world for high-quality and sustainable projects. This memorandum is already bearing fruit. The high-level dialogue between our authorities has intensified, and we are advancing in developing our cooperation projects. In fact, in a short while, we'll be announcing EU funding of 2 million euros to implement the Uruguayan Green Hydrogen Roadmap, one of Uruguay's top energy priorities, and it is an honor to witness this signing. Dear friends, Uruguay is well on the way to becoming a leader on renewable energy. It is already attracting investments that will ensure lasting benefits for its citizens. Numerous projects with European capital are in the planning phase. The EU will do all it can to support you as you consolidate your position as a leading exporter of renewable energy. In a world marked by ever greater geopolitical instability, it is more important than ever to work together to create a sustainable economic environment that's better for people and planet. And the EU seeks partners in reliable countries like Uruguay, partners who share the same values as us, the same trust in democracy, rule of law, and multilateralism. Today's investment forum is a prime example of how we can take our cooperation forward. And I wish you excellent discussions and exchange. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your speech and the steps to cooperate more deeply with Uruguay. Thank you, Kadri. A continuación, los invitamos a
Now we invite you to listen to the Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining, Elisa Facio. Please, Madam Minister, the floor is yours. Sí.
Buenos días para todos.
Good morning, everyone. Please be welcome to Uruguay. I would like to welcome Madam Commissioner Kadri Simpson to the event. It's a pleasure to have you here, and all her staff, be all welcome. It's a pleasure to have you here. I would also thank Paolo Verisi, Mr. Paolo Verisi, and all the representatives from the European Union in Uruguay for their commitment and their professional work. And I know that we will continue working in that fashion. Also, our Deputy Minister, Nicolas Albertoni, representatives from the chambers present here, and all of you. It's an honor for me to be here today with you in this 5th Forum for European Investment in Uruguay, focusing on renewable energies, one of the main strategies carried out by our country for decarbonization and development, led by our ministry. By Maria José González, that is always here with me, and he travels all around with me. Thank you, Maria José. Foreign relations between the European Union and Uruguay have grown stronger since the signature of the Framework Agreement in 1992. And this has allowed us to expand cooperation regarding trade and technology. I would like to highlight that this cooperation relationship is based on sustainability, that among its main objectives is to comply with international commitments regarding the environment. We have now signed in 2023 the Memorandum of Agreement in energy that highlights the production of green hydrogen and derivatives, energy efficiency, and renewable energies to provide support to the sustainable energy transition and reduce dependency on fossil fuels. Let me tell you that while we were waiting for the event to start, Kadri Simpson told me that the European Union has just a few agreements of this kind signed so far. So it's an honor for Uruguay to be part of the few selected for this. In this agreement, what we want to do is to reduce greenhouse effects using the right energy, to work on the development and use of renewable energy sources, to develop supply chains that are reliable for global markets of green hydrogen, to promote cooperation regarding research and regulations, including definitions, methodologies, sustainability standards, certifications, and international trade, and also to cooperate in the development and deployment of technology connected to innovative energies. All these are fundamental aspects for Uruguay when it comes to this energy experience. With all our experience, the first energy transition started in 1997 with the passing of a law that created the electric market. That law that enabled the generation of energy by private parties was regulated in 2002. Then we take more steps in between 2007 and 2017. This process, that was a state policies, allowed our country to be no longer dependent on fossil fuels and decarbonize our electricity grid. This is something that we did thanks to the government and private companies, and we always like to highlight how the companies, private companies in our countries, believed in this proposal by the states, and how we worked together between public and private parties that we were able to achieve this first energy transition. And by doing this, we got to an energy grid that is more than 90% using renewable energy. In the last years, as Mattia told us, in the last year, 99% comes from renewable energies. That is something we are proud of, and opens up many opportunities. This level of electricity generation, we got here with 99% of our population having access to electricity. Uruguay, with a robust legal framework and a favorable context for investment, has now become a global leader in the transition for renewable energies. Currently, 41% of the direct foreign investment in Uruguay comes from the European Union, and that shows the main role of Europe in this transformation. We believe that we will have more opportunities to work together. Uruguay is leading the transformation of energy grid at a global level, and now we're moving on to our second energy transition. Our global energy grid has a 37% of dependence on fossil fuels. These are small numbers compared to the 80% at a global level. Still, we keep on working to reduce the 37%. Our focus is to decarbonize emission sources, such as the industrial sector and the heavy transport sector, by promoting energy efficiency and electromobility, especially in short-distance vehicles. To achieve decarbonizations, such as uses in industry and transport, we focus on a strategy based on the development of green hydrogen and its derivatives. This is a whole new industry that's a pioneer in renewable energies, not only focusing on providing energy to these sectors, but also to strategically develop them by producing other products that can be exported. We are a small economy, and these kind of investments are really important and significant for the country. We are thinking about exporting to leverage domestic consumption. I would also like to highlight the importance of continue working together with the European Union within the framework of our cooperation agreements when it comes to regulation, security in production, storage, transportation of green hydrogen, and international certifications. It's a topic that is really relevant to all of us at a global level, so that we need to work together so that all our products can have access to the European markets. In July last year, we presented the final report by the study that took place within the framework of the work with the Netherlands. That is an analysis of compliance of products obtained from renewable hydrogen and different sources of biogenic CO2 in Uruguay and Chile. We work with the directives by the European Union and the criteria RFNBO, renewable sources of non-biological sources. In that study, we concluded that today Uruguay has the right conditions to fulfill all the requirements by the European Union so that derivatives of green hydrogen can have access to that market, and that is a very good piece of news. I would also like to tell you that we have received the support of the German government through the GZ agency and the signing of an energy partnership that was signed in March last year, and we have been working very hard with the embassy and the German government, with which we have a very good relationship. We have also received support by the French government, and they are carrying out an analysis for a hydrogen train to get to 25 de Mayo. So I would like to thank the ambassadors for being here today.
It is important to remember that under the umbrella of OLADE, and together with the IGB, Uruguay is fostering the Latin American certification known as CERTILAC by entering into an agreement in Montevideo at the end of 2023. This certificate was launched in the previous COP28. While implementing the roadmap for green hydrogen and its derivatives, we have been working on our national infrastructure plan for logistics and energy transportation. And at the beginning of this year, Uruguay began a survey for the optimization of energy infrastructures and logistical infrastructures for the development of the green hydrogen economy. Using this survey, we will then be needing to develop a strategic plan for the development of the system we proposed. In terms of the planning and coordination of its implementation, we are carrying out studies together with competent organizations such as the Ministry of Environment. With them, we are studying the aspects connected to water management and strategic environmental assessment of the roadmap. With the Ministry of Transport and the National Ports Administration, we began a deep analysis of port and logistics aspects such as oil ducts, transport networks, railroads, among others, trying to find what is the optimum infrastructure for our work. And together with the Energy and Water Services regulator, we published a regulation on security and quality aspects for hydrogen production. In terms of investments, we have announced 4 projects, 2 of which to export hydrogen derivatives and 2 as pilot projects focused on an internal forestry transport market, one of which is supported by the government through the ANII and the LATU. These projects are all in the feasibility stage, so we are conducting detailed analysis before we confirm investment. We hope we might be able to produce pilot hydrogen by the end of 2025. The export projects have a broader horizon due to their scale. In the area of wind energy, we have 1.5 gigawatts of installed capacity. However, the potential is of 30 gigawatts onshore and 250 offshore. In terms of solar energy, the installed capacity remains small, and it's below half a gigawatt. However, the potential capacity is close to 30 gigawatts. We also have great complementarity between wind and solar energy. Truly, the production of green hydrogen will be a significant opportunity for our country. We could move from being energy importers into being energy exporters. Now, in terms of e-mobility, I would like to stress out some areas. First, transport represents close to 70% of oil derivatives and around 60% of all CO2 emissions in the electricity sector, which is why efficiency and sustainability in transport are a priority for Uruguay. We are now fostering a promotion policy for e-mobility that includes fiscal benefits that are direct, together with regulations, trainings, and the necessary infrastructure with a network of public use alternate current charges across the national territory. E-mobility seeks to reduce the impact on the emissions in the transport while we favor energy independence in the country and create opportunities for society. The promotion of e-mobility goes hand in hand with the creation of charges connected in network, something that has been deployed by our national utilities company and the private sector. This entire process is supported by our ministry and by other related organizations by drafting regulations. Within this context, we have created and regulated, together with the Ministry of Transport and Public Works and the Ministry of Economy and Finance, a trust fund for e-mobility. So as you can see, we have ample opportunities in Uruguay to continue fostering the attraction of investment, which is why international cooperation plays a fundamental role at this stage. Last but not least, I would like to thank once again the presence of all the representatives from the General Bureau of Energy of the European Union, headed by Commissioner Kadri Simpson. It is a true honor to have you here, Madam. Today, we will be working on a fruitful agenda where we will have our 5th technical dialogue within the context of our cooperation agreement, in which we will outline the next activities for our work plan. I wish all of you the utmost success today. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Minister. Please join us here at the stage, Madam. Thank you for your kind words.
And I will invite Commissioner Simpson and Ambassador Berizzi, please to come to stage to join the minister at the table. Thank you very much. Les cuento. Ay, oh, por favor, por ahí. Cosas que pasan.
Just an issue, sorry for that. Today, we would like to announce a new collaboration between the European Union and the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining in a project to support the implementation of the green hydrogen and its derivatives roadmap in Uruguay. On behalf of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining and the Ambassador of the European Union and in Uruguay, they will now be signing a declaration on intention about the project. And the honored witness here is Commissioner Kadri Simpson. While they are signing the document, I would like to tell you a bit more about the project, which is a project that aims to strengthen capacity building needing for the development of the renewable hydrogen and derivatives value chain, support the adoption and expansion of the existing regulatory framework, promote the development of a plan for the renewable hydrogen and derivatives sector and the necessary logistics infrastructure, and contribute to the implementation of a citizen engagement and outreach plan. This initiative is supported by the European Union grant of 2 million euros. It is part of the European Union's Climate Program, a joint cooperation effort with member states to promote environmentally sustainable projects and the fight against climate change in the region. It is important to note that renewable hydrogen is one of the priorities of the European Union's Global Gateway Investment Agenda with Uruguay. Thank you very much for this official picture. And once again, please, a round of applause. And to all of you three, if you could please go to the side. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. It was a pleasure. Thank you all again for being here and participating. They are now going to be going on a press conference. Just so that you know, the press conference will be held downstairs. So if the media would like to go to the Idea Vilariño room, now is the time. So once again, we have begun this 5th European Investment Forum in Uruguay on a very high note. The event, however, has just begun. And after the break, we will be kicking off the panels to delve further into the energy relations between Uruguay and the European Union. Important note, after the break, the sessions will be held in Spanish, but in the afternoon, we will be having a conference in English. So for those of you that are staying until the end of the day, don't forget to hold on to the translation devices. If you are leaving, however, please remember to return them before you leave the premises. Now, we invite you to take a short 15-minute break and we will meet afterwards. Thank you.
Girl, you make me so. Girl, you make me so. Ooh, yeah. 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 Yeah.
Ay, 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 ay.
Acá, me corro. Salto. No, me corro yo acá. Muchas gracias, perfecto. Bárbaro.
This is called 59. 59 wakes up on the wrong side of the bed. Realizes all his hairs on one side of his head takes just under a minute. To a cow that is because of the way that he slept, he finds some clothes and gets dressed. You can help but look in the mirror and be subtly impressed how he looks rough around the edges and yet casually messed. And he can't sell the window seats, that's how he is blessed with a 60 across the street. Now 60 was beautiful. Earthily true cuticles, dressed in something simple would never ruin her mood. idea they were star-crossed lovers. They could overcome the odds and beats, cause they had each other while she maintained the strict respect on her by her mother, the separate could not be equal. And though at the time he felt stupid and dumb, trying to love a girl controlled by her stupid mama, should have been comforted by the simple something 59 away from 60. Sure enough, after 2 months of moping around, 61 days later, 61 was free. He had lost his keys and his parents were out, so one day to run to a house. It's like a monkey out with his nose. Wakes up on the wrong side of the bed. Realizes all his hairs on one side of his head takes just under a minute. To a cow that is because of the way that he slept, he finds some clothes and gets dressed. You can help but look in the mirror and be subtly impressed how he looks rough around the edges and yet casually messed. And he can't tell the window seats how he is blessed with 60 across the street. Now 60 earthly true cuticles, dressed in something suitable with never real.
If I had the gift of sight, what will it tell me? What will it tell me? If I had the gift of sight, what would it tell me? Left to my own awareness, you are here.
Hola, hola. Los invitamos a volver a sala. Muchas gracias.
Para la Unión Europea, Uruguay es un socio confiable. Por ello, más de 400 empresas europeas se han establecido en el país, generando miles de puestos de trabajo. Promovemos el desarrollo sostenible para...
Muchas gracias, los invitamos a ir regresando para continuar con el resto de la jornada.
Un mundo donde nadie quede atrás.
El cambio climático, un problema que exige acciones en conjunto para pensar en un futuro viable para todos. Sostenibilidad, un concepto clave para la humanidad. Se posiciona como el hábito del hoy para todas las organizaciones. Inspírame UE 2.0 es un proyecto que impulsa procesos de producción y consumo sostenibles de las MIPYMES uruguayas para potenciar las oportunidades que ofrece el Acuerdo de Asociación Unión Europea-Mercosur. ¿Querés ser una empresa sostenible? Inspírame UE 2.0 es un proyecto dirigido a emprendedores y empresas uruguayas de todo el país, con especial énfasis en mujeres y jóvenes. Un proyecto de 27 meses. con capacitaciones sobre desarrollo sostenible en todo el país, asistencias técnicas y paneles de formación. Con talleres informativos sobre el Acuerdo Unión Europea-Mercosur e internacionalización de sectores productivos concretos. Con seminarios sobre políticas medioambientales y un foro de inversión europea en Uruguay con la participación de expertos del exterior y empresarios. Inspírate y encontrá todas las respuestas para llevar adelante un proyecto más consciente, más verde y sostenible. Sumate a Inspírame UE 2.0. El futuro es ahora. Financia Unión Europea, con aportes de la Cámara de Comercio y Servicios del Uruguay y Eurocámara Uruguay.
Cuando escuchás sostenibilidad, pensás, demasiado grande. Cuando sentís que debes hacer algo, pensás, demasiado complicado. Espera, pensá en decisiones, más cerca. Las que son grandes o pequeñas para vos. Las tuyas y las de otros. Las de todos los días. Ahora, alejate un poco. Pensá en decisiones que suman a muchos más. Son millones de decisiones que poco a poco lo cambian todo para hacerlo mejor. Ahora pensá en quiénes te pueden ayudar a decidir mejor y ahí estamos. Para que lo que te ahorrás vos se lo ahorre el planeta. Para seguir avanzando sin dejar a nadie atrás. Y cuando escuches sostenibilidad, pienses oportunidades. En BBVA estamos poniendo a tu alcance nuevas soluciones para construir un futuro más verde e inclusivo. BBVA, creando oportunidades.
Bienvenidos a los que se suman en esta instancia al quinto Foro de Inversión Europea en Uruguay. Recuerden que estamos con el evento también activo en redes sociales a través del hashtag ForoUE. Es una transmisión en vivo y también a través de YouTube.
This is a live stream through YouTube as well. And we will now begin with the first panel in this session focused on energy efficiency and renewable energies. We now want to hand over to Marcelo Mula, President of the Uruguayan Renewable Energy Association, who will be moderating this panel and introduce the panelists, whom we thank in advance for their participation. Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is a pleasure to be once again part of this event that contributes to strengthening even further our bonds between Uruguay and the European Union. The relationships between both territories are strong. We apologize, but the sound is still not clear. Someone is coming to the stage just to make sure that the sound is on. Make sure that the microphone is on. Everyone is checking this now. Go ahead. These things sometimes happen. I think everything is about set up. Can we test the mic, please? Yes? Is it working? No, it's not. Let's just take a handheld microphone. Yes, let's go for a handheld. Yeah, handheld is fine. Okay. Okay, can you hear me? Yes? Is that microphone working as well? Good. Yes. Perfect. Perfect. Let's go. So let's begin. Good morning again. As I was saying, it is a pleasure to be once again part of this event that contributes to strengthening even further the bonds between Uruguay and the European Union. The relationships between these territories are strong, and the European Union is the biggest investor in Uruguay with 41% of all foreign direct investment. This ratio is even higher in the energy sector. Europe is a world leader in renewable energies in respect to development and deployment of technology, and Uruguay is at the forefront in the use of renewable energies. As we were saying today, this year, over 99% of, actually 93% of all the electricity that is generated in Uruguay stems from renewable sources that are autochthonous, which places Uruguay as a leading country at the global level, together with Denmark, Ireland, and Portugal in the use of renewables. Both European companies and technologies have been key in the development of the first energy transition in Uruguay and are being now a crucial part of this second energy transition that we are undergoing. So to have a conversation about this morning, we have an excellent panel ahead of us. I would like to introduce and welcome to Carlos Álvarez, Head of International Affairs of the General Energy Bureau of the European Commission. Welcome, Carlos, to Uruguay. I know this is your first visit to Uruguay. Cristian Nieves, National Energy Director. Silvia Emaldi, President of UT, the Electricity Utilities Company, and Eduardo Fernandez, General Manager for Montelengnor. To begin with this dialogue, I will first like to talk to Carlos Álvarez, representative of the General Energy Bureau of the European Commission. Welcome to the 5th European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Since the 2022 edition of this event, in which you also participated as a member of the Energy Bureau, we have heard that the European Union has signed a bilateral MOU on renewable energies, energy efficiency, and renewable hydrogen. And the question is, what has incentivized the signing of this document, and what are the actions that the European Union is trying to conduct together with Uruguay within the context of this MOU? Thank you very much. First, I want to thank all the colleagues from the ministry that have provided us with a stupendous welcome. Hi to all the faces that I saw in Rotterdam during the Energy Summit. I met you there and you promoted your projects there. As I was part of the negotiating team of the European Commission for the entering in of the MOU, Kadri Simpson and Minister Facio were there as well. And we needed to convince some of the member countries that really weren't clear on the role of renewable hydrogen or on having a global market of renewable hydrogen. And when we introduced the case of countries such as Uruguay, it became clear that there was an opportunity there for us in countries that had already taken the step towards moving to renewables and that were now able to transform their mixes into mixes that have renewable hydrogen. So for us, it's always a great opportunity to talk to countries that in the multilateral area, not just that in the energy area, are allies to us. And also there is a regional effort with Latin America through the USELEC summit that took place in Brussels in July last year to approach the continent and go closer to the continent, not just to Uruguay. So this is part of a regional exercise and an exercise that we're doing with Uruguay as an individual country as well. It is important to highlight that the MOU is not just focused on renewable energy and renewable hydrogen. We think that Uruguay can teach us how to have a mix that has a significant input of renewables and how that has an impact on prices, because both Uruguay and the EU need to work on how prices affect citizens. And then, of course, we need to talk about energy efficiency, and we can contribute and work together in this area. We can go together to the COP29 in Baku and work to create a global fund for energy efficiency. If we don't do that, we believe that it's impossible for other countries to make this transition. So some of the ideas are, for example, to work with the European Investment Bank that have programs for renewables and for energy efficiency. And as you know, in the EU, we are famous for labeling and certification for energy efficiency. And people pay attention to that because we got color coding and we got letters there. And behind that, there is a technical advisory process and a technical work that we do to understand that. And we work with Brazil on that, and we could work with Uruguay as well. So those are some of my ideas. I'm sorry if I ran on for too long, but thank you. Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for that explanation. We are happy to continue strengthening our collaboration in the energy sector. Now let's continue with this conversation with Cristian Nieves, National Energy Director, and let's ask him if he could share the perspectives of Uruguay about this memorandum. What would you highlight out of this document that we entered into with the European Union, and how does the Ministry of Industry want to implement this collaboration? Well, first and foremost, good day, everyone. The good thing is that people have spoken before me, and that's great because I share the remarks that my colleague just made. And as was mentioned both by Kadri and the minister herself when they spoke about this memorandum, I too coincide about the importance and the relevance that these kinds of memorandums have for Uruguay. Not just when we enter into them with the European Union, but also with other countries and stakeholders, because any document that enables us to build these exchanges between experts will be fruitful. It will be fruitful in order for us to make progress and build new things. Within the context of the memorandum, we have already had meetings to try and see how we might be able to implement it. Of course, it is strongly focused on green hydrogen. And what we have been working on and continue working on is this area. And we're working together with Euroclimate and with the Spanish agency and with G&Z. And another important area is the area of certifications, because Uruguay is creating a roadmap for the production of hydrogen, but then those markets that we want to export to will need that particular product to be properly certified. And that means that the energy that was used to generate that hydrogen is renewable in order for that hydrogen to be green. So along those lines, I believe it is very, very important for us to enter into these agreements and for us to continue paving the way for their implementation and their operation. We need to continue along the lines of having fruitful exchanges. And like I said at the beginning, we need to leverage scientific exchanges and the exchange of knowledge. For Uruguay, sometimes it might be difficult for us to have access to knowledge, and by entering into these memorandums of understandings, incredible doors are open to us that will enable us to better develop ourselves. Thank you kindly, Christian, for your words. Through your comments, we are able to observe that this memorandum will be an excellent expert for international cooperation, a key aspect in order to continue leveraging a more just, sustainable world. Now, UTE participated in the first energy transition in the change of the electrical energy generation mix, and they continued going deeper with this transition with a new approach on energy safety, one of the pillars of the energy trilemma of the WEC that focuses on the planning of the expansion of the generation and planning of the red. It is something essential to consider for future investments conducted in Uruguay. We know that UTE is planning new energy investments, mainly in the development of solar photovoltaic generation. So we would now like for Engineer Silvia Emaldi, President of UTE, to tell us a little more about those plans and about the role that European companies could play in their deployment. Well, thank you very much for allowing us to participate in this forum. Greetings to everyone here in attendance and to everyone that is following up on this event through the stream. Now, this process of the first energy transition, as was mentioned before, began in the country many years ago, and as the executing side of the energy policies, there was UTE. UTE was the public utility company that was mandated to supply electricity to the country. Now, historically, what UTE did was it had many hydraulic generation sources. Now, 50% of the electricity generated in the country comes from water sources, at least in years where we have regular rain. And then the rest came from biomass and thermal production. But after the multi-political party agreement in 2010, there was a transformation in the state policies that remains, hopefully, and that led to the development of non-conventional renewables, especially wind, with the impact of an incorporation of 150 megawatts and less than 300 megawatts in solar, led to the country get to the ratios that Marcelo was mentioning. So basically, we have 50% of hydraulic generation, 33% of wind, 13% of biomass, that in the previous periods has grown by 3% in solar and 1%, so that leads to 99% of renewables. And we are also exporting to neighbor countries, that is basically Argentina, and sometimes at night when we have more wind power, to Brazil. So this first energy transition was strongly developed in those 10 years that I mentioned. And after that, the country came to be in an energy security scenario that enabled us to export to neighboring countries, and mostly it enabled us to have a policy that has led us to decarbonize the offer of electricity generation, so that now we can also work on decarbonizing the demand. But in order for energy security to be an asset in the country, we need to continue investing, as Marcelo said, because the demand in Uruguay would grow around 10% in electricity from one year to another, but now it's 4%, so it has doubled. And because of this forecast, with such an intensive use as the ones that we have in new projects of data centers, such as the Google data center that is about to be deployed, and others that are already working on mining cryptocurrency and have intensive demands of electricity, we also have the conversion of the productive sector through intensive pivoting. And so we need to substitute this demand for fossil fuels with renewables. So we have this increase in demand, but also at the level of households and at the level of SMEs, there is an increase in consumption, because the smart rates that we have created in order to allow for a better consumption and in order for that energy to be better used we are allowing different tariffs, enabling for e-mobility. We have a 3-schedule tariff. We have one that between 0 and 7 is quite affordable. So if you are taking a long road with an e vehicle, you are doing a saving of 20 to 1. That is a reality in Uruguay, and this is a virtuous system because the generation is already renewable, and now the demand makes it so that it makes sense that we have electrical vehicles. It also makes sense for heating and cooling to be done through electrical AC systems, and that throughout time has also been fundamental and has been the cheapest source. And we are also introducing heat pumps with plans that UTE and the executive branch are also implementing. So in short, we need to continue investing. Uruguay will be investing through UTE with solar photovoltaic projects because as of next year, it will be a requirement for us to increase 100 megawatts of solar energy every year until we also include in 2032 wind power in these expansion plans that year after year we are adjusting through our planning team that is present here so that we might be able to invest. So these solar projects that we are running tenders for will be done through state investments from UTE. The next ones will be similar to public and private associations, but the truth is that in order for Uruguay to remain 98% renewable, it needs to incorporate solar photovoltaic because of the need for complementarity, and we only have 300 megawatts of solar versus 1,500 of wind power. And as Carlos was saying, this made it necessary for us to develop new capacities in ADME, in UTE. ADME is the administrator for the electrical market, and UTE is the one that regulates. And we needed to work together because the variabilities of these sources had made it so that new information systems became necessary. As you know, there are times in which we don't have wind, we don't have sun, so we need to provide electricity. And as a result of all of this, Uruguay has become an exporter because we have companies that have wind and solar power plants here, but also because we have technologies in these processes. And another thing that is key is to have companies from the European sector participate here. As you know, most of the wind parks that have been installed here in Uruguay, for which Uruguay is purchasing electricity, use German, French, and Spaniard and Italian technology. And the transmission grid is also European, because when we talk about the electrical system and the safety of the system, we talk about the expansion of the generation, but we also talk about the planning of the grid, the transmission grid, and of course the last mile in the distribution.
A key point that is worth mentioning is the importance of planning of transmission. There's a slogan in some countries that they mention that there's no energy transition without transmission, and that is a reality. And we have seen in some of the countries in the region that they have very good capacity to include renewable energies, but they are facing some challenges when it comes to carrying out a process of adapting the transmission network of this decentralization of renewable sources. And what will happen in the future then when it comes to the production of hydrogen? Uruguay is in a very good position, not only regarding renewable energy generation, but also in transmission. And at the same time, we have worked with companies from Europe, from Italy and France, that have provided support and have monitored all these processes. We should not forget then that something that is key, that is knowledge transfer. Minister Facio talked about this. There's an exchange between the academia, the private and the public sector. An example of this could be the constant participation and the exchanges that we have between UTE and IGZ. We are developing projects in Bolivia and Paraguay based on the experience in our country. We are replicating the experience, and in these days, now we are having a new training connected to hydrogen from the Fraunhofer institute, and that is very, very positive as it's part of this process that will keep moving on to our second energy transition that will tell you a little bit more about that in a minute. Okay, thank you, Silvia, for sharing. So probably these companies in the room and that are also following this event online, probably they are taking note about this investment in photovoltaic. It's also important to highlight how the fact that changing the electric grid made that some companies that require green energy to implement their projects are coming here to Uruguay. Also, this offers an excellent framework to move on in this conversation by the representative of the private sector, Eduardo Fernandez, that is the general manager of Montelecnor. In more than 25 years that Montelecnor has been in Uruguay, they have been part of many of the renewable projects carried out in the country as part of the country's first energy transition, and they are also important players in the current second energy transition. That's why we would like to know, Eduardo, which projects Montelecnor is currently developing in Uruguay. Okay, thank you very much, Marcelo. I would like to thank everybody, and I would like to thank the host for inviting us, for having us, and thank you very much to all of you here in the room and also connected online. What we are doing now, we have different works in Uruguay connected to improvement when it comes to supply for OCE, that is the water utility company. We're also working on energy efficiency, replacing lighting in the streets. Now we're using LED lights. We're also cooperating with Antel when it comes to developing and deploying optic fiber throughout the country. We also have different works for different private clients throughout the country. We're also working with UTE in maintenance of distribution networks. There are also several works connected to transmission, and within that framework, the distribution work with UTE, we are working with the agency to deploy the electric vehicle chargers network. We have already installed, I think, several of them throughout the country, and we're also working in rural electrification campaign. It has two different ways. Basically, one is to setting up electric lines in rural areas, and we're also working on in those places where the network cannot have access to. We are installing PV plants, and that is a very nice project. We have already installed 500 of these, at least as Montelecnor. I don't know how many they have implemented in total. And last week, we were awarded with another offer, and we are installing 40 more, so we're going to be reaching 150 of them. I'm also the Elecnor country manager. Elecnor is another branch of our company in Spain. We were involved in the first energy transition in Uruguay. We worked in 2 wind farms. Currently, when it comes to renewables, Elecnor is implementing several of these works, and I'm going to list some of them as a way of example so that you can see the potential of the company. In Mexico, we have a wind farm of 300 megawatts. Dominican Republic, there's a wind farm of 40 megawatts and 2 PV of 40 megawatts. In Colombia, we are starting to set up a PV park of 130 megawatts. In Brazil, there's one of PV of 300 and 456 megawatts. In Peru and Chile, we have several installations of wind and PV farms. And in Spain, we're working with 3 wind farms, 40, 40 and 30 megawatts, and 5 photovoltaic approximately of 600 megawatts. In Australia, there are several wind farms of 500 megawatts each, several PV of 600 megawatts, and one of them has 200 megawatts batteries. Elecnor, the whole group, throughout its history, has already installed 6.3 gigawatts in wind farms, several others in photovoltaics, several hydraulic plants, biomass, thermosolar. As you know, we have a lot of experience in all these topics. Thank you very much for sharing all that information, and congratulations on the actions carried out. And as something that the minister talked about, that Uruguay has 99% of its population covered with electric energy. These projects that you mentioned of these PV isolated plants is something very positive, and it makes it viable in a way to reach 100% of electrification in the country, something to highlight about the country. An aspect that we have talked about throughout the morning is energy efficiency. Cristian Nieves from MIEM, he had been working on this topic for several years now, and I wanted to ask you about the actions being carried out today and how is that promoting energy efficiency. Yeah, for more than 20 years we have been working in energy efficiency because generation is finite. We need to do several things with all that is generated and trying to avoid unnecessary uses of energy. So efficiency is very important. It plays a fundamental role in all these, and it's a fundamental pillar in what we call second energy transition. We have several tools at our disposal so that we can implement certain actions such as energy policies. There's a trust for energy saving and efficiency that also contributes to most of the programs implemented by the management. We also have the plan for energy efficiency that started in 2015, and now we are just thinking about the second stage of the plan, and we have several other programs that I would like to share with you. These are part of this energy efficiency cycle. First of all, we have an assistance line for energy efficiency. Basically, it contributes to carry out all the right analysis so that we can decide where to optimize the grid. That is assistance that is provided and basically we return part of the expenses by this study, and then we have several programs to implement several actions. We also have another component that is connected to decentralization, and that is part of the work of this government, and we have connected several programs in different efficient cities and towns that try to implement changes in the community. In those places, municipalities can have access to different energy efficiency projects, and they are selected. We have more than 140 projects of this kind that are being implemented, that have been implemented in this period. There's another program that is called Efficiency by Neighborhoods that basically considers the needs of specific communities through the work of civil society associations that they can work on energy efficiency. We fund up to 150,000 pesos that then are returned after the implementation of those measures. And what's interesting about this is that these ideas come directly from the community. Many of the programs are centered on people, and thanks to those opportunities generated by these programs, we can provide this assistance. Agreements. We have agreements with MEVIR, with INAU, with the BPS, so that we can include elements of energy efficiency. But another component that is very important is exchanges, presentations, because a big part of all this is to try to change people's mindset when it comes to energy efficiency. When we can tell them about saving energy cost without losing in comfort. Another interesting program is the support that we provide to SMEs so that we can take actions in those companies so that we can make them a little bit more competitive thanks to the savings implemented. Other programs that I really like, I remember last week we had a fair of electric mobility, and I would like to share some of those projects with you. So within the Subite program, we have the Subite buses that basically provided some of the municipalities that didn't have an electric bus a specific amount of money so that they can include that kind of vehicles to their fleet and be part of electric mobility. What we are trying to do with these programs is to try to reach everyone, and we have programs for everyone. We have Subite for motorcycles when it comes to maybe replacing fuel motorcycles for e-motorbikes. There are also benefits by UTE to charge those vehicles. We have another program, Subite Prueba, that is for those companies that want to try this electric mobility so that they can first test it to see the results so that they can rent these vehicles.
And then we have more specific programs like Subite Cargo that seeks to incentivize changes in utility vehicles. They get a refund of $3,000 to purchase such vehicles, and they also get a refund for 20% of the cost of the charger with a maximum of $400. And then we also launched Subite Pasajeros 2, a project for passengers that was an astounding success last year. It was for taxis and private vehicles. They get a subsidy for $4,000 to pay for the vehicle, and they also get a refund for the charger as well. We included that because we heard the needs of the user. So these policies were built together with the private sector in a roundtable of e-mobility, together with UTE, UTU, academia, and the private sector, and social users. So in the exchange with them, in the exchange with users in particular, we noticed the need to incentivize domestic charges and company charges, because sometimes the e-chargers were non-available, at least for the public, especially in the case of fast chargers. So we took a step further with this project in order to incentivize the domestic charging of these vehicles. And then we have other cross-cutting projects. For example, we want to intervene by supporting education incentives and initiatives. A very important aspect of what we do has to do with having a cultural impact. We also have a National Energy Efficiency Award, where different organizations and companies run for the award by trying to showcase their experiences in energy efficiency, and they get awards based on that. And we also have something important, which is the UTU and high school contest that will take place this month in Paysandú, and it is a beautiful experience. We get high school and UTU students that have carried out projects, and based on those projects, the winners of the contest will be able to implement within their education centers, together with the support of the ministry, different measures for energy efficiency. And the last thing that I want to mention is the topic of certificates. There is an award for savings that is given to people or organizations that have implemented measures for energy efficiency. During this period in particular, in order to move away from bureaucracy, we separated certificates into standardized and non-standardized measures because some of the measures were easier to evaluate, and it was easier for us to have a clearer access to the certificates, which at the end of the day is nothing but a financial reward. And for the person that undertook those measures, it is useful to get that financial reward, apart from saving, of course. So nowadays, those that go in through standardized measures, 86% of them are people that have purchased e-vehicles. So for all of those people that have incorporated electrical mobility into their lives, we have facilitated the award that is the energy efficiency certificate. So in this combination with the certificate, our programs really give a strong incentive to people and give them back as users or as companies that have really taken a leap into energy efficiency. So we will continue working along those lines to try and promote and encourage energy efficiency. Thank you, Christian, for sharing all of that information, especially in the promotion of the energy development. This is, of course, an essential topic to consider in all future investments in Uruguay. Now, along those lines, let's go back to Eduardo. We know that engineer Silvia Emaldi mentioned the UTE investment plans. So from your perspective and experience and as a part of the private sector, what is the perspective of Montelecnor about these new investment projects? And in your opinion, what is the role that European companies might have in these projects? Thank you, Marcelo. So when UTE opens up the calls for tenders, we will most definitely participate in them, depending, of course, on their size. We might participate in Montelecnor, or if not, we will go with our headquarters just to have better guarantees. Now, in terms of the role that European companies might have in these projects, I understand that evidently, as I mentioned before, and as many other companies might understand as well, based on the UTE plans, we will be engaged. I think in the future, European companies, and in this case, Elecnor, we might collaborate with UTE in the study of the feasibility of including batteries in different facilities in order to provide stability to the grid. And Elecnor, of course, could also collaborate in the large projects that are upcoming. And at the same time, other European companies might be able to collaborate in these hydrogen projects, participating as specialists, of course, but also by participating as investors, which is something that habitually happens and creates a window of opportunities once guarantees are done. Thank you for those comments. We are sure that the Montelecnor experience is very valuable for all the companies that are here with us today. Now, Silvia, we know that UTE has continued making progress and going deeper into the first energy transition through energy efficiency, through e-mobility, through the decarbonization of the demand, and through renewable hydrogen. But all of this is understood based on the notion of environmental sustainability, which is another pillar of the energy trilemma of the WEC. So now we would like for you to tell us how you have moved forward and deeper into these aspects, and what would be your vision on energy transitions with a more regional outlook, especially in this road that is joining us after the Paris Agreement of 2015. Well, Marcelo, in this process of using renewables while incorporating others, we are going to be including 100 megawatts a year. We're talking about $100 million that we should be investing every year, partly through the public sector and partly through public and private associations, and that opens up the opportunity for new investments, but always with an outlook on environmental sustainability, especially on the decarbonization of the demand. As has been mentioned here, this is a special outlook, and we are mostly focused on transportation. And that is why UTE has been making a strong investment in the loads infrastructure of the Republic. At the time, we have 120 chargers across the country. Most of them use alternate current, so they're fast chargers. So in 20 minutes, you can have up to 80% of your battery charged. And later on, we will continue substituting some of these charges of alternate current for continuous current chargers, with a goal of having at least one charging point every 50 kilometers in our national routes, both at the city level and at the route level. And all of this goes hand in hand with tariffs that make it so that charging in the late hours of the night becomes more efficient, so e-mobility becomes much more competitive. At the same time, we are also developing technologies and software because we need to operate together with the loading and charging networks that are being developed at the private level and that we hope will be more developed. Because at the end of the day, what we want is for the charging networks to grow, not just in the back of the public sector, but also in the private sector as well. Another public goal in the decarbonization of the demand is to focus on the productive sector and make sure that we can substitute fossil fuels in that sector. Companies are introducing heat pumps, generating industrial steam in certain temperatures in order to move on to other energy resources. So we need to make more progress in that area to decarbonize the industry. At the building and construction level, UTE is working with 1,000 buildings that would lead to significant savings if they send their wood or gas oil pumps for heat pumps. And that, of course, would have a clear impact on environmental sustainability, which is the second variable in the WEC that is part of our business model. We are also looking at other key elements, such as energy equality, which has been mentioned before. By having 99.9% of the electrification in the system, Uruguay, 4 years ago, had 4,600 homes in the farthest regions of the country that did not have a connection to the grid, but at the time we only have 500 households. So 4,100 most remote, hardest to reach places have already been connected to the grid by extending it. And as Eduardo mentioned, 500 of those have not been connected by Montelenor, and all of them have been connected through photovoltaic kits. What we do is UTE has to install 4 panels plus the batteries plus all the internal installation inside the household, together with an efficient fridge and LED lighting. And then afterwards, the citizens have to pay very affordable fees based on the kind of producer that they are. So we are also benefiting those that did not have access to the grid because of financial reasons. So Uruguay is very close to getting to that 100%. We only have 500 households to go, and we're working on them. As a matter of fact, 200 of those will be completed with the photovoltaic solar kilns. So we will get to 1,000 photovoltaic kits installed in the country, and then we will use the traditional airways based on the Planning and Budget Office, UTE, and the departmental governments. So by doing this, every single person that wants to have access to electricity in the country will have it. That is our goal, and that is the goal of the executive. Apart from this, in this period, we have electrified 38,000 households that were irregularly connected to electricity and to the grid. These were vulnerable households where access was complex. And by having energy efficiency workshops with them, we had our social workers get together with the people in those households to explain to them and show them that it's much better to have regular access to electricity by paying an affordable subsidized fee with discounts of between 80 to 90%, with a cap on consumption. So we're telling them about sustainability in these families. We're telling them about protection of the resource, but we are also focusing on energy equity, which is a value in Uruguay and focuses on those that are the farthest away from the city center and are more vulnerable. And that's what we're doing in the last few months of our administration. Now, if we take a look at the region, we need to continue working on energy integration. We know that the National Energy Agency says that South America and the Caribbean have opportunities and marvelous natural resources in order to continue expanding on decarbonization and the protection of the environment. But we need to work in integration. And an example of this integration is Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay. In these past few years where we have been hard struck by climate change and when we have had 3 years of drought in Uruguay that were also suffered by Brazil and Argentina, what we have seen was that when one of our countries were going through a hard time, we could export to them. In 2021, we exported to Brazil. And then in 2023, when Uruguay underwent a hard drought, although we could cover our demand because we had backup thermal plants, those plants would burn fossil fuel. So what we did was we used the opportunity of the hydraulic excellent energy from the north of Brazil, and we bought that energy from them. We didn't have to turn on our thermal plants, and that enabled us not to pay further for our energy. So that showed us something that was unheard of. In the case of Argentina, they were undergoing energy issues, and they required the energy that was coming directly through Garabi from Brazil, but also from our interconnection with Melo. And the energy went through Salto Grande in transit from Brazil to Argentina. And that was a binational central, and this was unheard of. And that showed the incredible potential of energy integration. And when we think about the future and we think about hydrogen, it underscores the importance of having a regional outlook and a regional hydrogen hub that will enable us to use these interconnection for electricity generations, for the habitual demand, but also for future projects of hydrogen generation that all the countries will need to have. And especially these memorandums of understanding, like the one that we have with the European Union, will enable us to do this.
Thank you very much, Silvia, for your words. It's really impressive, that change that you can now start exporting electricity, taking into account that 1 decade ago we were dependent on oil and export from neighboring countries. Today, Uruguay is exporting electric energy. So now, to round up this panel, and we're going to move on to our next panel, I would like to talk to you, Carlos, so that you can tell us about the development of green hydrogen, one of the pillars of the memorandum signed with Uruguay. How is the development of renewable hydrogen is being promoted in the EU, and which are the cooperation opportunities that you see? between the EU and Uruguay. Thank you very much. I agree 100% with what Silvia has just mentioned, to have a regional approach by the end of the month, at the Energy Week. We're going to have the Olades Energy Week. We're going to be promoting that approach so that the EU can be a strategic ally in that effort. I would like to go directly to the cooperation component and how we can work together. And that is not only about me or the Energy Commission. We also have the European Bank for Investment that has a cooperation framework with them. This is the right moment to work together and looking for possible projects. One of them is the electric interconnection. There's also a fund signed with Chile, and we would like to implement something similar in Uruguay. We would like to work with MIEM, trying to have those kind of agreements. So it's not only a technical training opportunity, but also we can talk about the different loans and guarantees, equity, so that we can work with the private companies that are making such a huge effort. So that is one of the ideas. I have 3 more ideas that we can discuss about. Of course, we can talk with the MIEM so that they can see whether they can adapt it to their national reality. One is what we have just signed, that technical cooperation agreement. I would like to thank Spain, Germany, for GIZ and YACIT, so that they can help us to bring that technical training, something that is so much needed in this new field of green hydrogen. Another one, and I would like to apologize for this, because we need to continue working on certifications. The European Union has now accepted 3 companies to implement these certifications. Still, we need to go through some formal processes. We are working on it. It is important that they work here, that they come here to work with Uruguayans, so that hydrogen has the right certificate that is renewable. I know that you are carrying out, you're working very hard on this. You're working with Certilac, with the Netherlands. I also know that I got some emails that were very difficult to answer. They were so sophisticated from the technical standpoint. Another one is when we are out in the different, I need to have off-takers for the projects. So our humble comment on this from the EU is to create a platform in which demand and supply can meet. If I'm a supplier in Uruguay, I can upload my project, and then I will automatically have an off-taker in Europe that can buy that hydrogen. Of course, the private sector is the one signing these contracts, depending on conditions, prices. So that would be our little contribution, as we did with natural gas. Those are 4 ideas. Let's see if they work or not. And thank you very much, Marcelo. Okay, thank you. I think that we have just got to the end of the panel. As a final remark, I would like to, I know that you're traveling around the region of it. Something very important of Uruguay is that we have already gone through our first energy transition, and now we are focusing on implementing business and bringing opportunities to the country. That is something that you will only find here in Uruguay. The companies in other countries are still thinking in ways of leaving fossil fuels aside. We're not thinking about that anymore, so now the whole private and public sector are focused on being part in these new fuels of the future, making our contributions, being among the first countries to do so. And those are some of the topics that were not publicly mentioned, but are in part a component of this process. Many of us, we are working on this, we are running risks because we are focused on doing this. And we also have medium-sized, small and large companies working on this. So we have the whole range of opportunities in the country so that we can contribute to the rest of the world. So thank you very much. Please join me in a round of applause to this panel. Let's have a picture together. Thank you very much to the panelists. Thank you very much, Marcelo Mula. Thank you very much. Marcelo, this way, please.
Los saludamos nuevamente. Quiero hacerles... la foto.
The picture, yes. You need to have a picture. Sorry about that.
Por favor, al centro del escenario para la foto oficial. Muchas gracias. Muy bien. Ahora sí, muchísimas gracias.
Okay, so they are telling me that there are some cars parked on Guatemala Street. There's no parking allowed in that area, so please, if you can, go and change. I mean, move your vehicles because you're not allowed to park there, just in case. As we prepare for the next panel, I remind you that tomorrow, October the 1st, the forum continues with a virtual business roundtable between European and Uruguayan companies that have registered for these meetings. There is still time to sign up and participate through the available platform. That's on the one hand. Then just to remind you of our hashtag, Forum UE Uruguay, so you can share pictures through that, and remember that the whole event is being broadcast through streaming Inspirame UE. That is our YouTube channel where you can follow the event. So now, before lunch, we're going to move on to the second panel of the day. Our next panel will discuss green hydrogen and derivatives. So I hand over then to Ignacio Morga, President of the Uruguayan Hydrogen Association, who will be moderating this second panel. Thank you very much to the participants. So then, Ignacio, thank you very much. You have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this panel. This panel will focus on green hydrogen and its derivatives. As mentioned in the previous panel, green hydrogen is one of the main pillars of the memorandum signed between the European Union and Uruguay. Moreover, investments in the development of green hydrogen in Uruguay are one of the priorities of the European Union's Global Gateway Investment Agenda, and the European Union and its members in the country. One example of this is the announcements we had the honor of witnessing today about the cooperation project between the European Union and MIEM for the implementation of the green hydrogen roadmap in Uruguay. We are very excited to witness these projects and look forward to seeing how it unfolds. In addition, European companies and technology will play a crucial role in the announced production projects that will help make the green hydrogen roadmap a reality. To discuss this topic, we have a diverse panel composed of representatives from Uruguay and prominent European companies that have announced green hydrogen projects in the country. I would like to introduce you to Nicolas Spinelli, General Manager of ANCAP, Sebastián Rizo, Executive Director of Uruguay 21, Rafael Brain Bonet, General Manager of Air Liquide Uruguay, Adam Sander, Director for Latin America of ENERTRAG, María de Los Ángeles Venezuela, Manager of Achinicio, and Julia Godoy, Engineer of CETEC. This important collaboration between Uruguay and the European Union on green hydrogen arises from Uruguay's potential for its development. With that in mind, let's start this discussion with Sebastián Rizo, Executive Director of Uruguay 21, who has been in contact with many countries to promote green hydrogen on an international level. What kind of work has been done, and what advantages does Uruguay present in this area? Well, Ignacio, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank the delegation from the European Union in Uruguay. It's a pleasure to be here. So, green hydrogen is a priority for Uruguay 21. You know that we are the agency of promotion of investments and exports. And we see there's a huge potential for future investment, as the minister mentioned earlier. If we can do all this, then it's going to be a significant export source for Uruguay. Who would have thought 15, 20 years ago that in 2024 we will be exporting cellulose? That will happen, in fact, this year. And maybe in a couple of years we will be working on exporting green hydrogen and its derivatives. Uruguay, that has historically importing fossil fuels. So what is it that we are doing at Uruguay 21? We have a roadmap that is led by MIEM, where we have 17, 18 ministries, agencies. The Ministry of Industry is working very, very hard, and we are doing what we basically do, is gathering information, summing it up, presenting that information, creating value proposals for Uruguay. We travel to different events abroad. This year we went a couple of times to Europe, always carrying delegations with us. We've had more than 50, 30 representatives of the private sector traveling with us. This year we went to the Hydrogen Summit, and we have that potential. We have already talked about stability for this kind of investments that are long-term. So we know that all these investments will generate profits in the long term, and we need to have a stable context. We have talked about that already, but we need to continue talking about that. It's something that we need to look after, because stability is fundamental. Last year we implemented a survey for foreign investors and asking about their opinion of Uruguay. 84% of them said that the business climate in Uruguay was satisfactory or very satisfactory. In that 84%, we asked them why. And first and foremost is being reliable, the rule of law, having a regime for promotion of investment, very robust state policies. That is fundamental for the private companies. The investors really, really value all the things, and it is our responsibility to promote these values even more. But it's not only about stability. We have some other advantages. Of course, that 99% that you mentioned about renewable energies. Today we are exporting renewable energy, that is to say, electricity. On top of that, we have a country that has no natural disasters, no natural catastrophe. That is fundamental for the production of green hydrogen.
So if we add this up to the fact that we are quite close to the Atlantic Ocean and we're close to the European market, that gives us an advantage against our competitors in this area. We got to be clear on this. We got Chile, we got Arabia, we got Australia, all running for green hydrogen, and we are well placed in this race. And then we also have the important biogenic CO2 from the forestry industry. As we know, Uruguay is exporting pulp, and that will become #1 product here. But the forestry industry goes beyond pulp. In the north and northeast of the country, we have a forestry industry that I heard from a Spanish company said to be extremely professional. We're professional in a way that people aren't in the world. So that's where we can get the biogenic CO2, which is so important for all of this. So we got the source as well. We got water, we got light, we got wind. So we got complementarity between wind and solar, which was mentioned by the president of UTE. So this is a long-term project that we have to increase investments in solar energy to then move to wind afterwards. There's something else we should mention, and I'm sure that will be discussed, but that's the offshore production. I mean, I'm talking about onshore production, but we can also expand offshore for wind as well. So that's where the projects come up, those that have been announced. Those projects that have been announced don't just happen overnight. There's a long work that has been done for it, and we have been following them up close. We worked in Paysandú since the beginning. So that's our job in Uruguay 21. It's bringing public and private stakeholders to the table and bringing them together. So the work that we have been doing, I think, is that we have been working hand in hand with the ministry, with different organizations, with the private sector, setting the standards of what is a value proposal for Uruguay, why Uruguay. We do perspective work, we talk to investors. We say this is why Uruguay is not a slogan. This is why Uruguay is the way to go. This is why Uruguay matters. This is why we are going to be important players in the area of green hydrogen. I think I answered your questions with that. No, thank you, Sebastián. I very much value the work that you do in Uruguay 21, and we are sure that you will continue on the right track. Maria Jose Araña is over here. She is our energy specialist. She is the one that does the tireless work for us. We know that as well. Yes, we have worked with her as well. So we are sure that a great part of these advantages have been analyzed by the companies that are here today when choosing to conduct projects of green hydrogen in Uruguay. Now, Enertrag was actually the first company to foster a project in this area with the project Tambor Green Hydrogen Hub, and they are now studying a new project in Bella Unión. Now, I believe that by considering the second project, they are clearly showing the favorable characteristics that Uruguay has for the development of green hydrogen and its derivatives, as Sebastián was mentioning. Now, because of that, we would like to hear from Aram, the director for Latin America of Enertrag. What is your vision about the collaboration with Uruguay in the development of projects connected to green hydrogen and its derivatives? And what are the characteristics of the country that you consider to be key in order to continue strengthening these initiatives in the future? Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this beautiful forum within the context of an event that I believe is so important. In these past 4 years, I have observed multiple landmarks in the collaboration between Uruguay and the European Union to strengthen their relationships in relation to hydrogen. And I think today you have taken a very important step. And now I want to tell you a bit about my vision, which is the vision that this is a unique time. Enertrag began looking for countries and opportunities as a first move 4 years ago. We wanted to look for spaces for projects to export hydrogen derivatives to the EU, because it was clear from a technical perspective, but also from the crisis that we were dealing, that the European Union, and Germany in particular, would need to import between 60 to 70% of their energy in the future. In Germany, we now depend on 4 to 5 countries, but in the future, we need to try and look for renewables in order to depend perhaps on 20 or 30 or even 50 countries that might be able to produce the most essential thing for our economies, which is energy. and that's hydrogen in its base, and of course hydrogen among its all derivatives. Now, Uruguay has everything it needs, but it didn't have that much visibility in the past. Uruguay is not that big of a country, and that is why it hasn't been that visible for export and import products. We have always had a great relationship with them, but we haven't paid that much attention to them. When we began 6 years ago talking about hydrogen in the wind system, no one was willing to send hydrogen trucks as tests for innovative projects in Uruguay because it was very expensive and you couldn't sell that quickly, so we would prefer Brazil. But in reality, things have changed in the area of hydrogen because we see that we have a potential to generate a lot of hydrogen in Uruguay. Theoretically speaking, the calculations say that we can replace 30% of kerosene that is consumed by Germany in 1 year if we use all the known carbon potential. So this is a significant potential that we have here. And it's something that is tangible for us. And then we also have a cost profile for hydrogen. And I want to make a differentiation here. One is the cost for the generation of hydrogen in the country, which is competitive. It's a competitive cost. In my opinion, it is especially competitive because of the financing of capital costs, which are suitable in a sector that is capital intensive and where close to 60 to 70% of the investment comes from capital. So using banks and a suitable risk profile, you can get funds and get a significant advantage in comparison to other projects. And that goes to compensate a lot of the disadvantages that we find in Uruguay because it might not have excellent resources in wind and solar. But this is entirely overcompensated by the other aspect that I mentioned. And all of this comes from the fact that you have a stable democracy that in the long term allows for receiving investments and get funding. And on the other side, we need to focus on making this advantage visible. That's essential, that is key, because there are very few people in the European Union that can tell you what are the advantages of working with Uruguay if you ask them on the spot. You know, we need to bring visibility about this to the table. And then I think it's also important for us to understand that not everything is reflected in capital costs. A percentage of decreasing WEX, depending on the project, can decrease the capex by around 10%. And in some countries, they have between 5 to 10% more interest for funding. So that's the visible effect, if you will. But I also want to mention the invisible effect as well, which is that not all political risks are reflected in these interests. If you have a country that in the long run shares your values, that it is stable, that it is a true democracy, and that enables you to have a long-term relationship, then the risk of a shortfall, like the one that we are suffering right now in Europe and in Germany, is not that large, and it's actually almost non-existent in these conditions. And it is even further minimized because we are working here with infrastructures that do not limit us and that don't put us in a gridlock through which we need to be tight on the export. And a lot of the costs that we suffer in Europe from the situation in Russia is reflected in these interests. So if we combine all of these things, I believe that the European countries in particular and the European Union need to have a new energy portfolio for the future. And in this portfolio, the countries that meet all the conditions to generate and convert should be first, and especially those that comply with the stability and the shared values criteria are the ones that should be first, as well as those that have low financing costs. And I think we need to work together in the context of the European Union, and we should have other visits to talk about hydrogen derivatives in Germany and the European Union. Thank you, Aram, for that, and congratulations for the work that you have been doing here in Uruguay. Another company that is a key stakeholder in green hydrogen projects is Air Liquide. We now want to welcome Rafael Brain Bonner, General Manager of Air Liquide Uruguay, and we would like to ask him how he can see this change in green hydrogen in the country and what are the perspectives of your company. Thank you, Ignacio. Thank you, everyone, for your invitation. Air Liquide Uruguay is a European company that is based in Uruguay. So coming to a country to an event that celebrates Uruguay and the European Union is a great honor for us. We are positive about the development of green hydrogen in Uruguay. We are part of an industry, the chemical industry, that has suffered here in Uruguay in the past few years. And we believe that hydrogen will be one of the serious candidates to reinvigorate our chemical industry here that produces the hydrogen molecule. We believe that hydrogen is a way to attract the technologies developed largely in Europe by our companies. So by using hydrogen, we can attract these technologies in Uruguay and show that they can be used in a continent that has a lot of potential. We're talking about electrolyzers, truck recharging stations for hydrogen trucks, but also technologies for CO2 capture, which will be crucial in order to reuse methanol in fuels. Here in Air Liquide Uruguay, we are looking at projects that we might be able to consider as small or mid-sized projects that have as a goal the use of hydrogen for local use. When we talk about local use, we're talking about mobility, truck mobility, perhaps train mobility as well, but maybe Juliana will have more to say about this than me. And we also want use in industries as well. As you know, hydrogen is a molecule that might be able to substitute natural gas. Here in Uruguay, we are importing most of our natural gas. By substituting natural gas with the hydrogen that we could be producing in Uruguay based on a Uruguayan renewable energy, we might be becoming more energy independent. So we are looking, on the one hand, at the possibility of bringing in technologies from Europe to Uruguay and show how they might be used in the country for local use. And at the same time, we want to share knowledge about how to use these technologies in Uruguay, so we might be using them in export projects.
Thank you, Rafael. The perspectives shared by Anna Trag and Air Liquide have been confirmed in a study conducted by H. Inicio, which highlights Uruguay's potential for producing and exporting renewable hydrogen to the European market. We are pleased to have María de Los Ángeles Valenzuela, manager of H. Inicio in Chile, with us to provide further details on this study and its conclusions. Thank you very much for the question, and thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here today, cooperating in this green hydrogen ecosystem in Uruguay. Okay, so there are several aspects to highlight, especially what Minister Facio mentioned about the result of the study. That was that Uruguay complies with the requirements set by the European Union to export hydrogen and derivatives to the Union. And then, based on what Aram mentioned about visibility of Uruguay, to the European Union, even though the goal of that study was to understand in which ways, and I will try to explain that to you, I could think also that probably the main objective of that study is exactly that, to make these potentials visible, these potentials in Uruguay visible, so that Uruguay can be an exporter of green hydrogen and derivatives. So, to tell you more about this, I will try not to stand too much. Probably most of you know that the main requirements and these technical requirements that are requested by European regulations, the first of them is renewability of electricity. Second one is the carbon footprint that needs to be reduced at least 70%. Greenhouse emission gases when compared to fossil fuels. And the third one is that the project should be certified. So now if we focus on the first point about electricity being renewable, we saw during the analysis that Uruguay, of course, complies with that one. Probably you all know that, there are three different ways of connecting something to electricity. One is directly connected to the renewable energy source, wind, PV, and that is the easiest requirement, right? Because it is going to be renewable. Then another possibility is to connect to the grid with a PPA. And the third one is directly connected to the grid. And that is the point that is not complied by several countries. It's not the case by Uruguay, because the requirement is to have more than 90% of the grid renewable. Uruguay complies with that, no problem. Also, if that 90% should be within a bidding zone. And it happens that some countries, they are not certain about compliance, but in Uruguay, they are sure about it. They are certain about this. That is something that the European Commission needs to revise. What else? Something else that is important. There's another criterion that is additionality. When you connect to a PPA, or when you have your own connection for your plant. So when you connect to the grid, carbon intensity should be capped. In 2022, Uruguay was below that upper limit, so they also comply with that requirement. And then if we move on to the next criterion, the one that Sebastián mentioned, about biogenic CO2, it's connected to the carbon footprint. So in order to reduce the carbon footprint, it is important to have biogenic CO2 sources, because biogenic sources is the one that contributes to reduce emissions. Sebastián talked about this. Uruguay is rich in biogenic CO2. More than 80% comes from cellulose. You also mentioned that connected to forestry, biogas, and sugarcane. They can also contribute to biogenic CO2. So that is something else that is also important for e-fuels, this biogenic CO2. And another point, because what we are required when it comes to carbon footprint is from well to well. They also consider whether, if you are including exports to Europe, you need to take into account maritime transportation. And in this point, Uruguay is far from, to get to the port in Rotterdam. And we have other competitors, like Morocco, that is way closer. So maybe you can think, well, I will never comply with that, because of course Morocco will do better. If you check the analysis, we created a case study of what would happen or what would imply to move this fuel, to take this fuel from the port of Montevideo to the port in Rotterdam, and emissions connected to maritime transport represented 10% of the total. That is to say that maritime transport does not represent an important load when exporting for Uruguay. And the last component is connected to water conditions. We need water to generate hydrogen, and Uruguay has no problem with water sources, and they can use continental resources. They can also make use of the sea because it's easier in Uruguay than in other countries like Chile. Thank you, Maria. I agree with your opinion about increasing visibility of Uruguay in Europe. Last week, we traveled with GIZ, visiting different off-takers in Europe, and it really called our attention the lack of visibility that we're having. When we ask the off-takers about the reality in Uruguay, or we ask them about the first energy transition, they have no idea about this. They are really surprised by the fact. But I think that we really need to keep on working on making everything more visible. Another company that has also set its sights on Uruguay and its potential for green hydrogen is the CETEC consortium. We welcome engineer Julia Godoy to tell us more about the company, why Uruguay has been selected, and how the overall work with the country is progressing. Okay, so thank you. So I would like to thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure for CETEC to be part of this forum. CETEC, we are a multidisciplinary French group that has been working for more than 60 years, facing all kinds of challenges, urbanistic, energy, infrastructure, construction, you name it. And we are more than 3,500 people worldwide in a group that belongs to its employees 100%. So we are independent. So we are immune to other external influences, let's say. Throughout our history, we have kept our values that are connected to innovation and social responsibility, aligned with the SDGs from the United Nations. CETEC has developed a great experience when it comes to rail infrastructure, and we also have specific experience when it comes to mobilities. These are important, very important projects for the territories in which it's going to be implemented. Globally speaking, in CETEC we have a motto that is engineers and citizens, because on the one side we are engineers and we are committed to generating solutions for the challenges we are facing, but also at the same time we are citizens and we choose those projects that make sense for the communities in which we work. In that sense, the project, the reason why we're here in Uruguay, it's a project that is 100% aligned with all the things that we have talked about and sustainable development, also with Uruguay's plans for decarbonization. We have talked a lot about the energy mix in the country and the next challenges to be faced, basically to decarbonize industry, among others, transportation. This is a FACEP project. That means that is financed by the French government, the National Directorate of Treasury, that funds this study because of its environmental and social goals. And the idea is that French companies carry out these projects and also to establish relationships with other countries in the world. Nieves told us about knowledge transfer and the fact of sharing this knowledge and how important all this was. The project is about assessing, is about the possibility of re-implementing train services from Montevideo to 25 de Agosto. This project has several dimensions. One of them is social, because it's a passenger train, but also it has an energy component, because we want to study the projects as a whole, as a transport and energy system. We spent a lot of time looking for the right project, a project that combines these two visions, social and energy connected. And as we have discussed, and we talked about this like, I don't know how many times, Uruguay is the cleanest, one of the cleanest countries when it comes to energy, and it has a clear ambition of continue working on this sustainable development. Shall we move on to another topic, or do you want me to continue with this? Don't worry, I will ask you again about this. Thank you very much for the explanation. And we are pleased with your remarks about Uruguay and its potential for new projects in the country. And these are projects that are different to the rest. In relation to projects, during this second round of questions, we would like to learn more about the current projects and their progress. So we welcome Nicolas Spinelli, that is the General Manager of ANCAP. As we all know, ANCAP, together with Allur, is one of the key players in the development of green hydrogen and derivatives projects in Uruguay. What projects do you think are on the way, and what are the plans for the coming years? Well, okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. First of all, this is a great opportunity for us to be here, to be present and part of this forum, telling you about the role to be played by ANCAP and the role played in the past, in the present, and in the future when it comes to provide our country with energy. And also, in the future, the opportunities to provide energy to the world. Even though we are talking about investment, I just wanted to mention that our current operations, both in the refinery and the assets that we have, we do have connections with European companies selling services. That is something that we frequently do, and we have been doing that for many, many years. That is part of our everyday activities in the plants, validations, certifications. So moving on to this specific topic, remember that our main objective is to mitigate CO2 emissions and to develop hydrogen projects. That is one of the initiatives. And at ANCAP, that is one of the initiatives we are working on. Within the framework of 5, 6, 7 lines of work that have been defined already at ANCAP, obviously with the support of the Ministry of Industry and together with our green arm, let's say, Allur, one of the companies of the group, with which we have been producing almost 10% of bioethanol that we include to the fuels sold in the country. We have 2 plants, one all over the country, and we can generate more than 5% of the biodiesel sold in the domestic market.
So our commitment to decarbonization from ANCAP is not something that we are doing today. It's something that we have been working on for many years. Additionally, we just eliminated the consumption of fuel oil in our refinery, substituting it with natural gas, and that has considerably contributed to the mitigation of CO2 emissions. And now, going to the projects in particular, The projects don't just have to do with the development of green hydrogen, but also in general hydrogen, regardless of the color. We're talking about geological hydrogen in some of the projects that we are working on to open offshore. Now, I don't want to delve into concepts that have already been mentioned. We know that we are a strategic port, we are an entry point for the Atlantic, we are a waterway, we got great conditions, and ANCAP is the great operator of liquids in bulk, at least within the export chain for the export of hydrogen derivatives. So from the logistical point of view, we have a fundamental role to play because of where we are and because of who we are. Now, we think about projects from the north to the south of the country. We've got agreements with different companies to move forward. In Bella Union, there we've got bioethanol production based on sugarcane. And what we are trying to develop here is something that is publicly known, which is a processing plant in Paysandú that might use biogenic CO2 from our Alur plant to produce bioethanol based on grain. And this is a project that seeks to produce based on the local market. And I want to mention that this is for the local market to give you a dimension. We are trying to produce 1/3 of all the gasoline that is sold in Europe. We're talking about 3,000 cubic meters of synthetic gasoline, depending on the different stages of the execution of this project. This project obviously engages the available power in the grid and the electrical power, but this will lead to a production of significant value in the country. And that's the first concrete project that I wanted to discuss here in the round table. Obviously, we're talking about 1/3 that will go for the international market. I just wanted to mention this for dimensions. I won't talk about the available wind resources and water resources, both onshore and offshore. But I will mention the fundamental role of ANCAP in the use of its infrastructure, in how we can move that product from Paysandú to our refinery in La Teja. And of course, we have storage capacities, and we have an entire supply chain for the evacuation of this product. And the end goal of our projects is to mitigate greenhouse effect gases in our refinery. And we're working in a joint project together with Alur in order to foster the production of aviation fuels that might be renewable or renewable gas oil based on the HIFA route. And we are now at the stages of consolidating some of the strategic partners for the raw goods supply and for the concretion of the off-taker markets for this end product. So we are now doing rounds of introductions with different companies for this project so that we can later launch it to the market, both at the level of technology and at the level of commercial stakeholders, both in loading and product uptake. There are at least 4 investing companies from Europe that have approached us to discuss this. Now, moving on with other projects. At the offshore level, we are working on doing oil exploration. Of course, we have strong limitations for the emission of gas, and we are regulating how the companies that are operating offshore should operate. And we are talking about projects of offshore hydrogen production with wind production orders of magnitude larger than those that we have onshore. So we want to go to 300 gigawatts offshore in production. Obviously, that will interact in no way whatsoever with the national grid. It is just a different kind of production and export model, and it will be entirely offshore. We also have other initiatives that have to do not just with national logistics, but it also has to do with making our José Ignacio plant available, because we have a spot there in the Atlantic Ocean. This is a terminal that we operate for 40 years now, and it is entirely dealing with oil derivatives, but we are projecting it as a possible hub, not just for the entry into the region, but also as a way for us to move product outside. And there is actually a European company that has approached us to discuss this. So as you can see, we have many open fronts for the decarbonization of our Uruguayan energy mix, but we also want to contribute energy to the rest of the world through this project. Thank you very much, Nicolas. We have other questions. I will ask you to please try to be brief in your comments because we don't have that many minutes to go on. Now let's go to Aram. Aram, could you tell us a bit about the progress that you have made in the Tambor project? That's a short question, huh? Let's see how I can answer this in very few words. It's difficult to do that, especially when we are at the late stages of the project. So I won't go into detail, but what I would like to mention before is that Enatrac is a company that has a guideline or a main objective in the development of its projects. What we try to do is we try to live up to our word. The credibility that we have is what helps us deal with the Uruguay case. I recall a year ago in this forum, I said that the biggest risk that we are facing is, having three public projects that don't become a reality in the short term. Because, we are losing windows of opportunities to deliver products to the European Union. No, we got to follow through. We got to show that we are doing what we say. So when we wanted to attract this project of 140 megawatts of electrolysis, we wanted to make it real, and we will be delivering this in a short term. First, we're going to be delivering the environmental assessment, which is like a master plan and a master piece of work that includes industrial topics that have never been discussed in the country before, and we're studying them from a very significant perspective. I think that that's the largest progress that we have made, because we have gone really into detail to be able to deliver this survey successfully. And above all of this, in the development of Tambor, we have established many logistical connections, and we have negotiated offtakes as well with Germany and with the European Union, which are our main goals. And this portfolio of projects requires us to have relations with many offtakers so that we can talk to them in depth. So I would say that the progress that we have been making in the past year have also been very successful. So now, that's the generality of the project. Hopefully, we will be able to open up these new windows of opportunities that are so important for the credibility of the country. Thank you, Aram, for those comments. Rafael, now back to you. We know that Air Liquide is one of the parts of the H2 4U project. What are you doing in these projects, and what is the role that you have, and what are the actions that you are carrying out within the company? Well, thank you for the question, Ignacio. The H2 4U project is led by a consortium of Uruguayan companies, SACEM, CIR, and Freilog. And I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all of these Uruguayan companies, these three companies that I mentioned, that are starting off in the hydrogen adventure. You know, you gotta be brave and you gotta be persistent sometimes, especially when we are looking at the numbers at the beginning. As Aram was mentioning, you got to get reports, and that means being adventure. Now, in Air Liquide, we started participating in the project as technological stakeholders. So we produce the technology for the hydrogen recharging stations. They are truck recharging stations, similar to the ones that we have for cars in ANCAP, but what we are doing is we're trying to help this forestry mobility project based on hydrogen. In Air Liquide, we have deployed close to 200 recharging stations, but we have yet to have one in Uruguay or in Latin America. So this is a challenge for us. It is a challenge for us to be able to provide this technology in this country. Now, the deployment term for these stations takes about 1.5 to 2 years. So I think in the next forum we will still not be operational, but hopefully in 2 years' time we will be able to operate. Now, apart from this, Air Liquide is here to provide our experience with hydrogen. As you know, the hydrogen molecule has been part of our DNA for 60 years. It wasn't green before, it was rather gray. And hydrogen remains gray, yes, but our company has sought to invest in green hydrogen, in particular in electrolyzers. Nowadays, we have 2 PEM electrolyzers that are operational. One is in Canada, and it has about 20 megas, and now we have an additional one in Germany of around 20 megas as well. And the idea of having these electrolyzers in production is to learn how to operate these technologies in the long term. Now, when we work in the industry, we always know that things don't just happen in the way that it's written in books. So we need to deal with things in practice in order to make sure that the stacks productions that we are doing in Germany, for example, today with Siemens, will be the best and the most reliable one to then be used in other countries, such as in Uruguay. So what we want is to continue learning to support Uruguay in all of its project using our new generation PEM electrolyzers. Thank you, Rafael, for that, and we wish you the utmost success in that project. Now, Maria de Los Angeles, H. Inicio has been part of the preparation process for the green hydrogen plant in Paysandú. And I wanted to ask you, can you tell us a bit about the characteristics of the project and how work was conducted in Uruguay? Yes, of course. I believe that Nicolás has already mentioned some of the figures of this project. Now, this is a large project, not just because of the production figures, but also because of the value that it adds. This is a 2 gigawatts of renewable energies project, 1 gigawatt from electrolysis. We got about 100,000 tons of hydrogen a year that leads to the production of methanol. And with the methanol, we are producing e-fuel between 250,000 cubic meters mentioned by Nicolás.
So the important thing is that to generate this methanol, we need to capture CO2. And this is the significant impact because capture considered by the project is more than 700,000 tons per year. And there's a huge component of that by Allure. So this CO2 that is captured is CO2 that was not part of the emissions into the atmosphere. So we are using the one produced by Alur, and also CO2 from resulting from the process generating electricity, and we're using part of the waste generated in that process. Then, if I tell you about the project of all this, it was a bidding project that we provided support to ANCAP and Alur. It was an open process to all those interested. It was transparent. And by doing that, we defined several criteria for the assessment of these different candidates. There were very interesting projects, and after evaluation, we defined that the one awarded was HIF. Thank you very much, Maria. So now let's ask one extra question to Julia. Julia, you told us about the feasibility study carried out connected to the green hydrogen powertrain. Since these are projects in the study phase, we would like you to tell us a little bit more about this, so you can expand on this topic. Well, yeah, the project involves four different stages. First one is diagnosis to define demand and offer in the area. The second stage is basically proposing different scenarios, mobility scenarios that will be compared. The third one is to design the energy system, in which we'll be comparing three different scenarios. One of diesel mobility, the base one, electric mobility, the second one that involves the installation of infrastructure, and another one with hydrogen that involves implementing stations and electrolyzers. Then we get to the last multi-criteria stage, in which we compare the different scenarios, both connected to energy and mobility. And the idea then is to generate a report of the current situation and the different possibilities to be implemented so that we can have an optimized transport system. This report will then be shared with the Uruguayan authorities so that they can use this, they can make a decision that is informed by the report. We want to insist that we are fully aware of this assessment having a huge impact on mobility in the area, and we believe that this should be approached from a global perspective. Thank you very much, Julia. Thank you all for the information.
Los dejamos continuar.
Okay, just let's take a picture together.
Bueno, esperemos que el almuerzo esté rico entonces.
Okay, please
Muchísimas
enjoy
gracias
lunch.
a todos los que
I would like to
participaron de
thank
este segundo
everyone
panel.
in this second
Yo
panel.
también les agradezco a todos haber participado de
I
esta
also
primera parte
thank
de la
you
jornada.
for being part of this first.
Les cuento que cuando regresemos
components.
hablaremos sobre financiación de la transición
After this,
energética,
after lunch, we're going to be talking about funding of the energy transition, something that is key to carry out the projects that we have talked about.
Un fuerte aplauso, muchas
Please join me in a round of applause.
Gracias por todo.
Thank
creo que
you
igual
very
no
much.
dio el tiempo necesario para poder desarrollar. Por mi parte los saludo y nos 13:30 pueden retomar.
Okay, see you all at
13:30 se
1:30.
retoma
Okay,
la segunda parte de la
1:30
jornada.
we
Que ahora el
continue
almuerzo, que no se
with the
queme.
event.
Hey, it's Jimmy Harvey and Amy Watson. Today we're gonna try French local wines, cooked in on the open fire, and listen to some smooth jazz house music. Enjoy.
Yeah, da da da. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Da 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 da. Yeah, da da. Do 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 do. Yeah, yeah. Girl, you make me so. Girl, you make me so. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah.
head takes just under a minute. To a cow that is because of the way that he slept, he finds some clothes and gets dressed. You can help but look in the mirror and be subtly impressed how he looks rough around the edges and yet casually messed. And as he can't sell the window seat, decide he is blessed with 60 across the street. Now 60 was beautiful, earthily true cuticles, dressed in something suitable with never grew. Up on the wrong side of the bed. Realizes all his hairs on one side of his head takes just under a minute. To a cow that is because of the way that he slept, he finds some clothes and gets dressed. You can help but look in the mirror and be subtly impressed how he looks rough around the edges and yet casually messed. And as he can't sell the window seat, decide that he is blessed with 60 across the street. Now 60 earthily true cuticles, dressed in something suitable with never real.
If I had the gift of sight, what will it tell me? What will it tell me? If I had the gift of sight, what would it tell me? Left to my own awareness, you are here.
Atención, por favor, los invitamos a volver a la sala. Atención, por favor, los invitamos a regresar a la sala. Muchas gracias.
Left to my own awareness, waves tell, what is it?
Atención, por favor, los invitamos a regresar a la sala. Atención, por favor, los invitamos a regresar a la sala. Muchas gracias.
Uno, dos, tres.
Perfecto, listo.
Atención, por favor, los invitamos a regresar a la sala. Último llamado, los invitamos a regresar a la sala. Muchas gracias.
¿Estamos? Bienvenidos nuevamente al quinto foro de inversión europea en Uruguay.
The European Investment Forum in Uruguay. I'm Pablo Privar, Executive Secretary of your Chamber Uruguay, and I will be the keynote speaker for the panels that we will have in the afternoon. I hope this lunch break has helped you rest and assimilate everything that we have been discussing this morning. And now we have two very interesting panels to go. We begin with a panel focused on financing the energy transition, and I yield the floor to Agustina Perez, the coordinator of Strategic Alliances of the Uruguayan Association of Women in Energy, who will be moderating this panel. Agustina, you have the floor. Thank you, Carlos. Good afternoon. It is a pleasure to be moderating this panel on my behalf and on behalf of the Uruguayan Association of Women in Energy. And we will be talking about a very current, relevant topic that is first in the agenda of all the energy stakeholders in the energy sector, which is the financing of renewable energy projects and green hydrogen projects. Now, this morning we have witnessed different discussions about plans and projects that are being implemented and that will be implemented in the future in Uruguay. These are projects that focus on green hydrogen and biofuel. But as we all know, as members of this audience, these projects require funding. Funding has a key role together with production costs, technologies, and off-taker markets. So in order to talk about funding and financing, I am sharing this panel with representatives from European banks that will be telling us firsthand about their contributions to their energy transitions and about their plans for the future in Uruguay. In that sense, I want to welcome Alexander Staff Varela, representative of the Investments European Bank for Latin America, Esteban Gerardi, commercial head of Banco Santander, and Andrés Garcia, head of corporate investment banking of BBVA. Welcome, all three of you. It is a joy to be sharing this panel with you. Let's begin with Alexander. You're going to break the ice. As we all know and heard in the recent brews, there was a framework agreement of financial cooperations between the Investment European Bank and our country. What does this bank entering into the agreement entail? And what are the main lines of work for the agreement? Thank you very much, Agustina. First and foremost, I want to thank the EU delegation for organizing the event and for inviting me, and thank you to my colleagues in the panel for joining me today. The framework agreement that was entered into and approved by the Uruguayan government is the basis for the investment bank to be able to operate here. The IB is a multilateral of European partners that comprises the 27 member states of the EU that provide capital to the bank, now has the same guarantees like other multilaterals such as the CAF or the IDB to operate in the country. That provides us with a set of guarantees for all the possible operations that the bank may be funding in the country, as we fund in other countries in the region. Now, what does this mean? This means that within the strategy of the Global Investment Agenda, the European Investment Bank has a key or priority role to foster investments defined in the priority areas of this agenda. So as of now, the bank can work in the public sector and in private sector operators, offering financing with more attractive conditions than capital markets, because as a multilateral organization, the IB can capture more resources and market capitals at larger levels than other organizations. And what we try to do as a development bank is to provide a large part of this financial advantage to the projects that we might be funding. So what I hope is that as of now, we will be able to work in a more close way with national government and with European companies in the development of projects that we can support. We can work directly in these projects, but we also can act through private banks. And we have here two great representatives of those banks, and we can work with them indirectly. Now, the IB cannot reach all projects, of course, because we normally work on large infrastructure projects, but we can work with local banks in smaller projects as well. That's very interesting. Here, this means that for the public and the private sector, we will have a better approach to your investment. Great. So now let's talk about private banks, because we know, Andres and Esteban, that you have a relevant role and that you have in your agenda energy transition as a priority. Now, I want to know from the perspective of Santander, what do you understand would be the role of a private bank in the transition, and what is the role of Santander specifically? Well, thank you first and foremost for the invitation. It is a pleasure to be here in this panel. Just to give you a bit of context, I think that there are many things that align here. First, this is a topic that is at the forefront of our agenda in Europe. And we have a mandate in all the countries where Santander operates to have a leading role in the net zero 2030 agenda. Beyond this, the bank has its own agenda. And I am sure that this morning you should have spoken about the clear roadmap for this government that is very clear, regardless of the administration. This is a state policy that began with a change in the energy mix, with a high contribution of renewables. And we proudly can say that we achieved that in Uruguay. Now, what the bank entails is to make, in the best way possible, all the expertise that we might have in other countries available here. We have highly specialized teams that may have looked at different energies with different financing structures by working together with multilateral banks. As a result, we can bring experts from Madrid to Uruguay. Here in Uruguay, we have a risk appetite, we have capital available, and we can look together with multilateral agencies or independently what are the most optimum financial infrastructures and tools that we require for each project. And of course, we need to accompany the government in their roadmap, a roadmap that I believe is very interesting, especially in the case of green hydrogen, where there are a lot of things to look at. And within our role, we try to make some of the opportunities that are presented to us more viable. And we talk to different teams, and they tell us about things that they're seeing in Australia, Africa, the United States, and we are taking in all of that knowledge so that through us we can share it with the private sector while we also accompany the public sector. Thank you, Esteban. That expertise that the banks has is a very useful tool. And I think that you will definitely be contributing to the projects in Uruguay. Now, Andres, welcome. I have the same question for you. From the perspective of BBVA, what is the role of private banks in this transition? Perfect, Agustina. First and foremost, good afternoon, and thank you to the delegation for inviting me. It is a pleasure to be in this panel with my colleagues. As an anecdote, today, I undertook my role as a director of corporate investment banking for BBVA here in Uruguay. So I'm beginning with this beautiful weather. Well, congratulations. I've been warned that I shouldn't get used to this weather. But anyway, I'm thankful for that. And I am full of hope because of the incredible potential that this country has. And I hope that we can leverage all of our global power as European banks, and especially that BBVA has, for this transition. Now, when we talk about the role of private banks, first, we need to consider the goal of being carbon neutral by 2050. And when we are considering this global outlook, the annual necessary investment has been estimated on average at above $275 trillion a year. That is we need to use over 8% of the global GDP for this transition. That is the only way to reach the big and only possible goal of being carbon neutral and not going above 1.5 degrees Celsius by 2050. So we require significant investment in order to achieve this, and that investment cannot just be in the hands of governments or in public hands. And clearly, the role of banks is to mobilize capital. So the first clear role is to mobilize capital for these investments. And of course, in order for that to happen, banks need to look at climate change as a problem, but also as an opportunity. Because in as much as all of this becomes a business opportunity and we understand it as such, we will clearly be having more business models focused on this energy transition. But in order to mobilize capital, we also need new structures. We've got new technologies rolling. We've got innovative areas. And I'm convinced that this will probably be as powerful as the digital revolution because it will change the business model of many sectors. And as much as we change those business models, we also need to be there providing support and advice. And that's where we can contribute as private bankings. So there are three elements to the answer. We need to mobilize capital, we need to loan capital, and loan capital in good conditions. We also need to have alliances between the different private banks in these businesses. Because yes, we are competitors, but the nice thing is that in investment banking, we can work together to get projects rolling. And obviously, we need to work with multilateral banks, governments, and the private sector. Then we've got advice and consulting. And another important aspect is that what we can do in banks is administer risks. Now, climate change is bringing together with it significant risks. So we need to know how to manage these projects, not just from the perspective of the bank portfolio, but also from the perspective of the clients. There are many risks for the transition. Some of our clients can see it, some of our clients cannot. And when I say clients, I mean private sector, and there are also many physical risks. I think Uruguay is safe in that side, but in other countries we see that it's important for the private sector to really understand those risks and begin anticipating them, and that implies a change in business models. Now, in our bank, since 2018, we have included as a priority accompanying our clients in this transition. Now, this is not a slogan. I actually had the opportunity of implementing the entire sustainability strategy in Colombia, and what I realized is that the bank really believes it. Spanish banks really believe this. That's important. It's not a trend. It's something that we actually believe in, and you can see that. We actually pledged to mobilize over 300 billion euro. This is sustainable mobilization that we have done in every single place where we have a presence. And I think the most important thing that we are doing as a bank, and that the European banks that are pioneers are doing as well, is to be committed to having a carbon neutral portfolio by 2050. Now, why is this so important? Well, first and foremost, because we need to measure how much a dollar that we loan represents in emissions. And measuring this gives us a diagnosis of where we are. But in order to be carbon neutral, there are only two ways for us to go. We can either stop making loans to the sectors that are not undertaking the transition or giving them loans below them, and that's not something we need, or we can have our clients undergo the transition, and that's why we want to accompany them in their processes so that we can be carbon neutral in our portfolios with even more business. And if we have to finance 207 billion a year, we'll do it. So those are the two most important elements. And then, of course, we have to have product, knowledge, and governance be working hand in hand with us with very relevant standards. We have to avoid at all costs the greenwashing effect. And that's why the European standards and the adoption of those European standards in Latin American geographies will also enable us to rest easy in the fact that this transition will be responsible. Thank you, Andres. I take this message that U.S. banks are our allies in the energy transition. But if I want to move into a more concrete area, Alexander, it is clear that this agreement is progress for Uruguay and for the bank. Now, what are the concrete examples that you can give us about that? And what are the regional examples in which the European Bank is engaged that can be replicated in Uruguay? Well, in terms of what we will be getting out of this agreement, I think we will get the possibility of providing financing for the projects that are eligible based on our pact. And that's why we're talking about green hydrogen. Green hydrogen is a priority sector for the bank, and we will be looking for projects in this sector both in Uruguay and in other countries. We have actually succeeded in an operation with the COFER in Chile. We've got our bank, the IDB, the World Bank, the AFD, and the CAF, and they are all contributing resources to the Corfo, and the Corfo, as a public bank, has to look for and create this market in Chile. And I think we could envision a project such as this one in Uruguay as well. Here in Uruguay, you have all the organizations necessary. You have a powerful bank, which is the BRO. You have the UTE, which is a company that excels in energy. So I think that Uruguay is very well positioned to have a role in this new hydrogen market that is just arriving. It's not here yet. I think the projects are just maturing. But apart from the export market, which is the one that Europe is looking to as a big buyer of hydrogen that might be produced in other regions, I believe that local economies need to make an effort and look for ways to decarbonize their own production sectors. And in Uruguay, I believe that there is a market for that. Maybe you don't need to have large-scale projects supplying that hydrogen. Maybe you also have a market that's smaller where you can provide this hydrogen. For example, Brazil. Brazil is looking for hydrogen projects for their own domestic demand. Chile is a different market because they're mainly looking to export, but little by little, multilaterals are talking to Codelco and mining companies that are using hydrogen in their production systems. And that hydrogen is not green, it might be gray or of another color, but that could be replaced and they could begin using this local demand for your first projects. Because in order to export, you are still lacking the ports infrastructure to be compatible for the export of hydrogen. And I'm sure you will do that through ammonia, but this is a market that you will be creating. This is what I think in terms of hydrogen. But at the same time, we will also continue supporting renewable operations. As the president of the UTE mentioned earlier today, the company wants to make an investment in photovoltaic parks, and the IEB is very much interested in having Uruguay invest in the sector. There might be other eligible sectors, such as the water and sanitation sector. The IEB is interested in that as an investment sector, and we also look at sustainable urban mobility, because this will enable us to eliminate combustion systems from urban mobility. So the IEB will be looking for projects in that sector as well. That's great. Well, there are many challenges ahead, I see. Thank you, Alexander, for that answer. Now, Esteban, I want to go back to you. It is clear that Santander is committed to the energy transition. As a matter of fact, you are supporting concrete projects, such as the case of the electrical ferry between Argentina and Uruguay, and I imagine that you are supporting other projects as well. So could you maybe tell us what do those contributions translate into, and what are your plans for the future? Well, I don't want to repeat myself because I think my colleagues have mentioned a lot of the things that we in the bank believe in as well. The first thing I should mention is that this didn't just happen overnight. I mean, as I mentioned earlier, the country has been undergoing these changes for a long time. I actually had the pleasure of participating in wind power projects. And as he mentioned, beyond the fact that we are looking to be an export hub, there is a lot for us to do here at the domestic economy level. One of those examples of projects like that is an operation in which we are participating of $100 million. We are working together with the World Bank and Buquebus. And we have been working with them previously as well. As a matter of fact, the Francisco ship is a ship that was fully decarbonized. They use liquefied gas, actually, and we had participated in the financing of that ship, and we have seen the company Buquebus showcase an intention to move to decarbonization. And now, of course, they have an even more ambitious goal. This will be a ferry that will have a high impact on the economy of both countries. It will connect Colonia and Buenos Aires with a capacity to transport over 2,000 passengers and over 200 vehicles. And the most relevant thing here is that this is an example in a sector where we generate 25% of all gases at the global level. So this is a beautiful example, I believe, of the private sector together with the private banking and with the multilaterals are giving everyone a good signal to go on that same route. These are operations that, as Andres mentioned, require a lot of advice. A lot of things come into play, and they require spending a lot of time working in teams. Now, something that I forgot to mention in my previous comment is that beyond the expertise of external teams, we also need to think about the local focus, the local approach. We need to have a clear governance with clear KPIs that we need to reach, because those are the ones that allow for things to happen. We need to make good intentions viable and connect local stakeholders and external stakeholders, and that's part of our role. Now, beyond that, we have been making progress to look at plans to support pilot projects of a minor and not such a minor scale for Uruguay. We're talking about investments of $40 to $50 million in sectors that are not used to working with this kind of energy. And as a bank, we are trying to find a way to structure this financing. Now, if we look at the longer term, we are looking at the €1 million investments that I've already mentioned for Uruguay. And we see an appetite for direct foreign investment in Uruguay. And we are constantly in contact with other stakeholders to try and understand what is the framework for investment. I believe the framework is very clear, and we rest easy that we can share it with you. We can tell you what are the subsidies that are available, and investments feel confident in the long term. They also understand what is the role of the state companies, and all of this makes us feel optimistic. We do have to take several steps, and there's a lot of discussion still ahead of us, but I believe that Uruguay meets all the requirements to become a key player at the international level. We, of course, as a bank, needs to support that opportunity. Thank you, Esteban. I see that there are many projects in the portfolio of Santander. Andres, let me go back to you. In our previous panel, we spoke about green hydrogen, and we know that green hydrogen has a relevant role in the global agenda. And of course, together with that, we have the topic of financing. So the question is, how engaged is BBVA in green hydrogen projects? Could you give us a bit more information about that? Yes, of course, Agustina. Okay, so let me go first through a global picture and then talk more in detail about specific examples. I think in terms of financing for global green hydrogen projects, I think that in general our economies have not reached a point where we can talk about scalability or having sufficient projects to finance at the global level. There aren't that many projects available, at least not as many as we would like to have. Definitely this has to do with technology costs, production costs. We know that Europe is a pioneer because of the regulation that they are creating, and they are trying to discuss opportunities to reduce the production costs by increasing gray hydrogen in the mixes. So in general terms, at the global level, we have yet to see more investment opportunities closed. In the bank in particular, we are working in Europe in several projects. We are going through the process, providing advice. And what I found interesting about this is that this has led to consulting from the M&A level. They are actually purchasing plants for renewable energies as a source, then move to electrolysis technology. Then we are also providing financing, as Esteban mentioned. And in that case, we are deploying our advice because these projects, of course, need to be funded through project finance schemes. And in this case, the source of payment will come from the project itself. In order for that to happen, there are several elements that need to exist. We need to have an off-taker, that's clear. That is one of the most important aspects to leverage a project, and in this case, the off-taker was UTE. Now, normally we don't have that many off-takers for green hydrogen because of a matter of costs. So we need to have regulations while the technology closes the gap. So without off-takers, the question is then who takes the risk, right? So in order to take a risk, it's important to have an entire government ecosystem that brings together also multilateral banks and private stakeholders. So we don't have that many projects, but we're still trying to look for them. We are working on capacity building as well. When we decided to create our global advisory team specifically for green hydrogen, we brought people to the team from companies in the private sector that really understand hydrogen. We need to have that technical advice. That's important. We actually need to provide advice to help negotiate long-term contracts such as HPAs and PPAs. For all of these contracts and agreements, we need to provide advice and consulting. So while we negotiate these HPAs, we need to make sure that the project is bankable in the long run. We are looking at large-scale projects with large capexes, so we need to provide advice in those fronts as well. And what we're seeing in Latin America is something very similar to what we are seeing in Uruguay now. We have projects in their early stages, in their pilot stages, and within those projects and within those pilots, I see the same thing that Esteban said. We need to help them with their financial structuring. We're putting in the tickets, and we are trying to bring to the table our capacity, because we need to help guide projects in their bankability, not just for it to be bankable for BBVA, but also for the system, because the important thing in these pilot projects or in these concept trials is scalability. And what matters is that at the end of the day, we can mobilize capital regardless of the resource. So we need to accompany the process. We need to make sure that it works. And I think the specific context of Uruguay has been evidenced in this forum. We need to be here. We need to provide guidance in this area. There are many incumbents and sponsors of a high technical level that are accompanying this process as well. So I think that money is not missing. What is missing is sufficient projects and sufficient structures in order to make them bankable.
Thank you, Esteban. I'm sure this is a step-by-step process. We are in the right direction. So I would like to thank the three of you for being part of this panel. Thank you very much. And just as a short reflection on my side, I believe that it is pretty clear now that banks are here to accompany this energy transition. This panel is evidence of that. And let's hope that in a very short term, we can have more specific examples of this. Please join me in a round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much to the panelists. Please, let's have a picture together. And let's, please, join me in one new round of applause. So thank you very much for these exchanges, for being able to tell us a little bit more about financing of this energy transition. As Agustina was saying, we are happy to see that European banks are committed to implementing all these changes. So now, moving on to the last panel of this forum. In the previous panel, we were talking about how to finance green hydrogen projects, and now we're going to be talking about how cooperation between Uruguay and the European Union is finding new approaches and developments. That's why we invite the panelists of this last panel, Johan Barth, Director of the Technology Department in the Fraunhofer Institute, Christian Larsen, Corporate Strategy of Fraunhofer Institute, and Luciana Iloiti, Cooperation Expert from ANI. Please, let's welcome them. So now, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be back to Uruguay, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Thank you to the organizers from the European Embassy and from the German Embassy for supporting us to be able to speak to you at the occasion of this event. I will kick it off with introducing what we are doing, what is Fraunhofer, and what we are doing with regard to research on green hydrogen and derivatives. So, my name is Jochen Barth, and I'm one of the research directors at the Fraunhofer Institute for Energy Economics and Energy System Technology in Kassel in Germany. Now, on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, as we say, we have produced a 1-minute video that shows what Fraunhofer is all about, and I'll start with that.
Fraunhofer has worked hand in hand with partners from industry, research, and the public sector to put innovations into practice. That's because knowledge transfer is the backbone of our innovation system. Since Fraunhofer was founded in 1949, our mission has been to act as supporter, guide, and driving force for industry. The proven Fraunhofer model provides the basis for this transformation process and is our reliable compass for successful market-driven transfer. Fraunhofer, 75 years of innovation. We know how.
So now I'm sharing a few more details about the organization with you. Fraunhofer Gesellschaft has more than 30,000 employees across 76 institutes, which are spread all over the country, as you can see here. We have a business volume, a research volume of around 3 billion euros every year, out of which 30% is coming from the German government as a base funding, basic grant that we are using to develop our research. But what was also said in the short video, the Fraunhofer model, that's a particular configuration of a financing model. As you can see here on the top right, we have the pre-competitive research, which is financed through that base funding, the first 30%. That's coming from the government, which is, however, distributed internally in a competitive way. And then we have what we call competitive publicly funded research projects, where the research programs makes calls for project applications. And that's the specific part of the Fraunhofer model, we have around 30% of exclusive contract research for industry. That means we distinguish ourselves from more like fundamental research organizations in that we try to focus part of our research on the need and the demand of the industry, and that's around 30%, which makes it round about 800 to 900 million euros every year of direct industry contracts. Now, since we are not in Germany, obviously, what is Fraunhofer doing internationally? We do have quite a number of offices and branches, if you like. We have 8 independent Fraunhofer affiliates. We have activities with partners in around 80 countries. And we have representative offices and senior advisors around the world that actually build bridges to the local markets. So making contact with local researchers, with local industries, and making the contact with the right institute that can help supporting the challenge. Now coming to the institute that I'm part of, IEE, we are approximately 450 people. You can see here an image of our institute. In the back we see the laboratory part of it. Now, what are we doing? Actually, we are one of the institutes that's entirely dedicated to energy transition research topics, namely energy informatics, the digitization of the energy transition. That's a topic in this country as well as I know. Then energy meteorology and renewable resources, understanding how much wind and sun is there and what is the nature of it. Then energy economics and system analysis. We do a lot of scenario work, fully coupled scenarios that include not only the electricity sector, but also the transport and industry sectors. And then energy process engineering, which is my division, where we are working on, for example, green gases, as we call it. That's green hydrogen, but also biogas. I'll come back to that topic in a moment. And the conversion technology for these, but also with regard to control engineering, integration of these components into the grid, battery technology we are researching, those kind of things. And we have grid planning and grid operation, where they are looking into the expansion of the grid in the future, and not only the electrical grids, but also gas networks and district heating. We have the grid stability and power converter technology. Grid stability with a high penetration of renewables is a challenge, and we are not in the lucky situation to have that much hydropower available in our context. So we have a lot more wind and solar. And then the thermal energy technology, which deals with heat pumps and the district heating materials. So, application fields are energy forecasts that we are doing, the energy grids, energy economics, and energy system technology, which are all very relevant key aspects of the future energy system. Now I can see my slides here. Thank you. I did not understand the signals here. So we have a few labs, and here I'm going into the research we are doing in the context of hydrogen. This is one of our containers where we are testing cells, battery cells or electrolyzer cells, and the tests are there to inform modeling of these systems, which we need in order to understand, for example, the degradation, the aging of electrolyzer cells, fuel cells, and battery cells. And we have an inverter lab where we are developing power electronics. We have one of the largest German research projects on power electronics for electrolyzers, for the large-scale electrolyzers, which we are doing with industry partners. We have a medium voltage laboratory in which we are investigating grid stability. We have the electrochemical laboratory here, for example. We are characterizing tests, battery cells, and electrolyzer cells. That's all to inform the degradation modeling. Then we have what we call the control room for the digital energy transition, where we are showing what is the current production of renewables, what is the demand, and also combine that with our prediction model. We have a wind measurement network where we are using laser Doppler systems. We are looking into drive technology and electrical machines, and we have quite a few power, hardware in the loop and software in the loop test facilities. Now, another aspect is the biogas research center that we are operating. That's one of our external facilities. Here we are looking into biogas production, but also in the biogas upgrading of the plants. And I think that's, again, an interesting topic here, renewable gases and green CO2. At the moment, we are working with the company Evonik on a new membrane separation technology to extract the carbon dioxide from the biogas. And that is something that works at a much smaller scale than conventional systems for that. Again, that's a topic that's becoming more relevant in order to provide the green carbon to the production of green derivatives, if it's carbohydrates. And then we have this test center here on distribution networks and grid integration, which is also very important to expand the capacity on the share of green electricity in the network and still make it stable. Now, what are we doing internationally in the Power-to-X context? One thing here is, as you see at the bottom there, the question of what is the EU demand in the future. So we have modeled quite a bit and did calculations for the European Commission on what the expected ramp-up of the demand will be, the role of imports and storage in the European context. And then you see in the north of Africa, we have helped to develop Power-to-X research platform at the national level. We have done capacity building in Tunisia with the National Hydrogen Committee for them to develop their national strategy. Then we have further projects in Northern Africa where we are working with the German government bank, KfW, in order to help them as what we call lender technical assistant to define the projects that they are funding with the government money. And in South Africa, we are supporting the development of a pilot project, High Secunda, which is together with Enatrag, Sasol, and Linde to produce e-kerosene. And we have also developed an energy system model, the transformation paths for the country, including the green hydrogen, export of hydrogen and derivatives. Now, when we come to Latin America, we have worked in Argentina for a couple of years. We did different resource assessments and pre-feasibility studies for a number of provinces, like in Cordoba. We have helped the hydrogen strategy of Argentina to be developed even before H2R was founded by the colleagues. And then we have also done what we call pre-feasibility studies for particular sites, like the one in Bahia Blanca. And we have also developed a 100-megawatt project to be implemented in the Rio Negro province. We also working in a pilot project, Power to MEDME, which stands for Power to DME. So it's at first we produce hydrogen in the project, then methanol, and then DME, which is a substitute for liquefied natural gas. And that is going to use electricity from the only concentrated solar power plant on the continent, which is Cerro Dominador near Antofagasta. But we are also already working in Uruguay with the colleagues here. We have started a project about a year ago, which is called Hi Uruguay, to develop a Power-to-X and green hydrogen R&D roadmap. And I just would like to mention the three colleagues from the Uruguay team here in the room, Jorge, Guillermo, and Carolina. So if you want to know something about this project in particular, please go ahead and talk to our Uruguay colleagues there. And now I want to hand over to my dear colleague Christian, who is from Fraunhofer, Chile. And please explain us a little bit more about the project maybe and what you are doing as Fraunhofer in Chile.
Perfecto. ¿Se
Thank you.
escucha? ¿Está bien? Bueno, muchas gracias, Johan. Bueno, la sucursal o el instituto de
Okay,
nosotros,
the branch or our
Fraunhofer,
institute,
es un instituto que se fundó
it's
en
an
Chile
institute
ya
that
hace más de
was
10
created in Chile more than 10 years ago. It was focused on decarbonization, energy transition, green hydrogen, and derivatives.
Antes de comentarles un poco
Before telling you more about our institute, because as Johan mentioned, we have 76 institutes in Germany and 8 of them are international. One of them is the institute that is in Chile. An interesting element about this is the perception and the kind of collaboration that we have with these kind of institutes between industry and the academia. An element that they asked me to highlight, it's to tell you about the experience of installing these kind of international centers in Latin America. At first, the universities or the industry didn't understand very well what was the role to be played by international institute in a foreign country. So little by little, they understood that the idea is to foster cooperation and academic work, industrial work, and that is a very important component, a crucial element, I could say, of a joint development. Also, I would like to highlight some of the elements that Johan mentioned when it comes to funding. Fraunhofer institutes are mandated to get at least a third of funding from the industry. With that, research and development is really promoted and it generates solutions that are really designed for industry. And even though research and development are key to a country, but it also makes us work for the economy. In that regard, Fraunhofer institutes, they work hand in hand with the industry, not only to generate technology or capacity building, but also trying to find ways of generating added value to the business. Remember, added value for the business, because Fraunhofer institutes, they look for profitable solutions that generate new jobs, that allow us to adopt new technologies so that we can solve needs in society for the environment and also with the industry. I took some notes about what the previous panelist mentioned, and I will make reference to some of them. For instance, they talked about coordination. And they were talking about from Uruguay to the world. As a Latin American, I'm happy of having this opportunity of being able to work with these kind of organizations where we can make good use of decades of development, decades of research and development, millions of dollars or euros that were invested to generate solutions. And when you can bring those solutions to countries like Uruguay or Chile, where our institute is based, we realize how those things can accelerate solutions, not only deployments at a transactional level, but also to co-design and cooperate in the creation of these solutions. Uruguay and Chile are clear examples of these types of cooperation when it comes to bringing technology, working together with local researchers, and finally generating solutions that are effectively global. And that is the invitation we are always making from the Fraunhofer Institute, is to work together in a coordinated way so that we can find the right financing, the right solutions, but also of the right talent. That's why talent training is fundamental for us. They also talked about PV growth, how 100 megawatts per year could be installed. When we work with PV, is floating PV or agri-PV, when you can make double use of land. From the efficiency standpoint, when it comes to energy conversion, it shows 80% of conversion if it is 100% PV, but it has the great advantage of being able to allow us 2 uses of land, and return on investment is much better than with individual projects. So with this kind of relationship, or with this kind of dynamics, is when from the industry, society, environment, we face challenges, and those challenges will make us identify some solutions. That involves creating knowledge, capitalize knowledge, to deploy that knowledge, and then improving business. And after that, we generate an ecosystem in which, with those challenges, R+D, we can generate new opportunities, new business opportunities, new opportunity of growth from the intellectual and business standpoint. To wrap up, my colleagues also talked about now being the right moment for all this. Well, this is a moment in which we are talking about transition, where we have found several approaches to all this. I urge you to, from the Van Hofer Institute, is to deploy technologies, to work together, being able to learn from local talent, and as our slogan reads, we know how, and we know how not to do things, and that is connected to our experience. Our center in Chile, that has been working for more than 10 years now, and after implementing more than 110 projects together with the academia and our Van Hofer Institute in Germany, has a lot of very positive components. So based on our experience in Latin America, working together in different projects, we are very happy to share all this knowledge. We are looking forward to sharing all this experience with our colleagues in Uruguay, and that is our invitation then to continue making progress with our shared goals. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a joy to be here with everyone. Thank you for the invitation. It is a joy to be sharing the panel with my colleagues. I am Lucia from the National Agency of Innovation and Research. I'm sure that many of you know us and you know what we do. But if you don't, I want to tell you a bit about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. As I was saying, I want to tell you a bit about what we do. We are the governmental agency for the promotion of research and innovation in the country. And since 2006, we have been working to articulate and coordinate the different spaces within the innovation ecosystem, that is universities, companies, and the different institutes connected to science and technology within our country. And what we try to do every day with our work is to make innovation and science become the leading engines for the growth and sustainability of our country. Let me stand up a bit. I think it's easier for me. Now, part of our role as a governmental agency is to be an agency that has to execute public policies. As a result, the agency plays a fundamental role in accompanying projects through their execution and financing, guiding them in their strategies and the policies that our country and our partners at the national and international level mandate. In that sense, local and international alliances allow us to generate and strengthen national capacities while we also transfer knowledge to our different partners. Now, within the scope of that international cooperation, the agency executed throughout this year, through a call for projects conducted last year, established through a memorandum of understanding entered into by the Ministry of Industry with the BMF, which is the Research and Education Ministry of Germany. And through that MOU, the agency made a call for projects last year. These projects sought to generate science and technology networks between German and Uruguayan groups. That is how, throughout this year, 6 projects came to be executed. And all these projects sought to generate these networks between German and Uruguayan groups. These groups have been working and will continue working on topics connected to green hydrogen and its derivatives. Throughout this year, the institutes that participated in the projects were some of the Fraunhofer institutes that were mentioned by my colleagues, the Stuttgart University, the Technical Munich University, and in the case of Uruguay, groups coming from Universidad de la República, the Clemente Estable Institute, and the University of Montevideo. Now, given the success of this initiative and given the fact that we want to continue collaborating with Germany, we will be launching a new call for projects. And this time is for applied research projects for groups between Germany and Uruguay. So next week, I'm sure you will see the launch of this call through our social networks. We will be launching the second call, the second open call for research groups to continue working in green hydrogen and its derivative projects. Now, also within the context of our cooperation with the European Union, we have joined a call from the Eureka Network. The Eureka Network is a cooperation network at the intergovernmental level that operates in Europe, and it provides funds for joint projects. In this case, for companies from Uruguay and from countries in the Eureka Network. Surely it will be Spain, Belgium, and countries in the region such as Chile and Brazil. And the idea with this call is to connect companies in a bilateral sense, or connect multiple companies from these countries so that they might introduce joint projects to develop solutions and products connected to green hydrogen and its derivatives. This call for projects will be launched in November this year. Surely you will also see it on our social networks. And we would like to invite all the companies that are present here, or those that are watching us through the live stream, or to anyone that wants to hear about this, to participate, because this will be a great opportunity to submit joint projects between Europe and Latin America. And last but not least, there is a fund that we have been executing since 2008, and it's a fund that was previously mentioned this morning, which is the Sector Energy Fund that entails a collaboration between local funds and partners. We've got the ANII participating, we've got ANCAP, we've got UTE, and the National Bureau of Energy participate in this fund for the development of have specific areas in the field, in this case the energy field, with a multiplicity of challenges and issues that we try to tackle and solve. So the idea is we invite institutions, companies, and research groups to present innovative solutions for those challenges. And in the last call for projects, most of the solutions have been focused on renewable energies, the decarbonization of the sector, water treatment, renewable energy sources in general, and so on. And this new call for projects at the national level will be launched once again in October or November of this year. So for our local partners and for the research groups and companies in Uruguay, this will also be a great opportunity to provide practical solutions to the challenges that our public institutions are facing as they deal with these topics. So some of these were the initiatives that we have been deploying on the agency side. These are the opportunities available to our local partners, but they are also initiatives for international cooperation that seek to connect Uruguayan companies and research groups to our partners in Germany, for example, or to our partners in other countries in Europe through the Eureka network that will be available to you through the agency's website. Over there, you've got all the information available, and it was a pleasure to introduce this. Thank you. Thank you so much to all three of you. If you could please stand up so we can take a picture of the panel. And in the meantime, let's give them a round of applause, please. We have come to the end of the 5th European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Thank you all for participating. It has been an honor to have such relevant personalities here today. To wrap up this session as the final moment, we would invite all of you to join us in a last networking instance to grab a cup of coffee, talk to the panelists and the members of the events. So once you leave the auditorium, you can continue the conversation outside. Once again, I want to thank all of you here in attendance or attending through the live screen for participating today. And we would like to remind you that this event has been recorded. So if you have any questions, if there's anything that you would like to relive, you can do it through the YouTube channel for the European Union delegation in Uruguay. The conference ends today, but this forum is not done. We will have a virtual business roundtable tomorrow, which is a new opportunity to continue building energy bonds between Uruguay and the European Union. Over 100 companies have registered, and we'll have the opportunity to have an exchange and a conversation with all the stakeholders that are part of this ecosystem. On my side, I want to thank you once again, and I'll see you again in the next edition of the European Investment Forum in Uruguay. Thank you.